how stock goes down, what is lead time, how to configure lead times in the material master, so on and so forth. The actual configuration behind availability check, like checking group, checking rule, etc., we'll deal with them in the next chapter. Where did we see this picture? In the scheduling chapter, remember? We talked about the material and how lead times are calculated. If stock is available, how delivery date is calculated. And if stock is not available, SAP looks at the strategy and finds out when the goods can be available. Now let's look at this step, check stock, a bit closer. What does it really mean? When do you check the stock? So when you check the stock, all SAP is looking at is what is called the ATP quantity. ATP quantity. ATP stands for available to promise. Available to promise. ATP. So what is this ATP? It is the quantity that's available that we can promise delivery to the customer. So if the customer asks for 100 pieces, we need to have 100 pieces to promise delivery. Right? So how is this ATP quantity computed? It is the current stock, which is stock at hand, meaning how much stock we have at hand right now, plus inward movement of goods. What is this inward movement of goods? When we expect goods to move in, it is categorized as inward movement of goods. In the same way, if we are expecting goods to be moved out, it is called outward movement of goods. This could be in the future, meaning the ATP quantity is always as of a particular date. So, as of today, we can say the ATP quantity is the stock we have at hand. Simple, which is the current stock. As of tomorrow, what could happen? We could receive stock, or we could deliver stock to the customer. So the ATP quantity as of tomorrow is the current stock plus what's going to come in tomorrow and what's going to leave our stock tomorrow for delivery. So let's zoom in a little bit further. Inward movement of stock. So, say on January 1st, the quantity of stock that's available in the warehouse is 100. On February 1st, you're expecting that certain purchase orders will be placed with a vendor to come in. Say you placed an order sometime in Jan, and the order is expected to come in on Feb 1st. How much is it for? Say 50. Now, you don't have that 50 right now. You don't have it until Feb 1st. So, like we discussed, this is an example of expected inward movement of goods. But for example, the vendor might not turn up. Right? It's an expected inward movement. It's not confirmed, meaning there's no guarantee that the vendor might turn up with the goods. The yellow bar is called a planned order. What's a planned order? A planned order typically results in an order to produce goods as opposed to procure. So it says how much of stock are we going to produce? If we start right now, we might not be able to make it today. It might take a month, 2 months, depending on the nature of the product. For example, a laptop can be assembled in a couple of days. A car, on the other hand, might take 5 or 10 days. A big power generator might take 100 days because it's a very custom-built product. And again, these are expected planned or production orders. Expected. So things might not materialize. For example, the plant or the workshop might break down. So inward movement of goods generally comprises of these two things: purchase orders coming in from vendors, or planned orders converted to production orders in case of internal manufacturing. External, internal. So these are the only modes in which you get goods. You either procure them or produce them. So as of Jan 1st, what is the total ATP stock? 100. And today, if you project into Feb 1st, you'll have 100 plus 50. That is 150 in ATP stock. And as of today, if you think of March 1st, you'll have 100 plus 50 plus 75, that's 225 in ATP stock. So this is how you look at ATP. Next, we got to look at outward movement of goods. What is an outward movement? So these are situations where the stock leaves the warehouse. So previously we have seen situations where stock comes into the warehouse, either via procurement or production. So this is when stock leaves our warehouse. So when can goods leave the warehouse? When there is an order and when there is a delivery. Both these transactions will reduce stock from the warehouse. Well, yes and no, we'll see about it. We understand the delivery will reduce the stock, because once the delivery is created and the PGA is done, the stock will go out. But when a sales order is created, let's say a sales order is created for material M01, quantity of 100. It's just created today. Does it mean the stock will go down? Yes and no. Yes, because the quantity of 100 will be reserved. Concept of reservation, right? So the 100 quantity will be reserved, and so the amount is not available for the next order, which will come down maybe today or tomorrow. And I say no because the goods have not yet been physically delivered. Only the order has been created. Maybe the delivery is tomorrow. So physically the stock is still there. But since there has been a sales order, the respective quantity is reserved and it's not made available for other orders. So a reservation is more or less like a soft hold on the goods. Whereas if you actually deliver the goods, they are gone. So this is outward movement of stock. Now, if we combine both these things together, you get the availability. Like we said, ATP quantity is current stock plus planned receipt. You see, I'm changing the words receipts to planned receipts. Why? Because these are planned or expected. They're not actuals. And the same with issues. An order might be scheduled to be delivered tomorrow, but the person loading the truck might not come in. The forklift might break down. The customer might just hold off on the delivery for a couple of days. Anything could happen. So that's why we're calling it planned, not expected. Just to illustrate this point, I've put up a graphic here. Everything in green represents the stock in the warehouse, and boxes in blue represent the ATP quantity. Say there is a sales order on Jan 1st for immediate delivery for a quantity, say 250. So what happens to the stock in the warehouse? Does it go down? No, not yet. But the ATP quantity will go down. Why? It's a reservation, because the quantity of 250 is blocked. But on the day when the delivery needs to happen, the actual physical stock is withdrawn from the warehouse, right? And the quantity of the stock in the warehouse goes down. Similarly, on Feb 1st, there is a purchase order created with the vendor. The delivery date is March 1st, say. Does it increase the physical stock? No. But it increases the ATP stock. But not right away. It increases it as of March 1st. And on March 1st, when the goods are actually delivered by the vendor to the warehouse, the actual stock in the warehouse goes up. So this is the core concept behind ATP. We have not done the configuration, we haven't seen the master data required for ATP, nothing. We just understood the basics of ATP. Now, when we are trying to understand ATP, we saw a couple of other things. Like how long it takes for the goods to reach the warehouse from our vendor. And how long it takes to receive the goods in the warehouse. We're going to answer these two questions now. Consider this data as master data for ATP. The first piece of data is replenishment lead time. What is replenishment lead time? It is the amount of time it takes to get the material ready and available for the customer. Meaning, if you don't have the material, how long does it take to make it available to the customer? There are different ways in which this can be calculated. In case you are producing the goods, then the replenishment lead time, or RLT, is current date plus production time plus GR processing time. These timings are all set in the material master. You can view those settings here. Don't worry about understanding all the different views shown here. Not very important. Just understand that they are set in the purchasing and MRP views. Now, there is another way to calculate RLT. It is specified in the MRP3 view. It's called total replenishment lead time. Now, when you can't break the replenishment lead time into production time or GR processing time, you can use this parameter to directly specify the total replenishment lead time. So it's a combination of production time plus GR processing time. If the strategy is to procure the goods externally, meaning we're not manufacturing that particular material, but procuring it from a vendor, in that case, how is the RLT, or replenishment lead time, computed? Again, there are three parameters. The first parameter is purchasing lead time, which says how long does it take to convert a purchase requisition to a purchase order. Now, why is this important? When MRP produces purchase requisitions, you got to go back to the MRP chapter to understand, why MRP produces purchase requisitions. I think it's in the schedule lanes chapter. So, when MRP produces purchase requisitions, they're not automatically converted to purchase orders. Somebody has to manually validate the purchase requisition and then convert it to a purchase order. Now, you know that whenever there is manual intervention, it's bound to take some time. So the time that you give the purchasing officer to think and react is called the purchasing lead time. So where is this set up? It is set up at the plant level. So you go to SPRO, IMG, MM, purchasing. You can set up the purchasing processing time there. So the amount of time required to convert the purchase requisition to a purchase order can be configured at the plant level. The next parameter is the GR processing time, goods receipt processing time. It is set up in the purchasing view of the material master. Most of the master data parameters related to MRP are set up in the material master. That's good news because you don't have to go here and there. Everything is there in the material master. Yes, there are some parameters like, the plant parameter that we are talking about, for which you have to go to SPRO. But for the most part, they're all set up in the material master. What is this GR processing time? GR stands for goods receipt. So this parameter dictates how long it takes for the folks in the warehouse to receive and store the goods in the warehouse. Take this example. When you get a FedEx delivery at home, all you have to do is just use a knife, open the box, and that's it. You have the goods in your hand. On the other hand, imagine the vendor sends you, say, 1,000 bags of sugar in a truck to your warehouse. What happens now? Your team has to be ready to receive the goods. Maybe they need to use a forklift or something to unload the bags, place them in the staging area, count them, put them away in the respective storage location, update the stock in SAP, maybe do quality checks. There are so many things that need to be done. It's not a huge amount of time. It could be half a day, 1 day. But still it's a parameter that needs to be counted in. And the next big parameter is the planned delivery time. This means how long it takes for the delivery to happen. Meaning, if you ask the vendor for a particular quantity of goods, your vendor might take 5 days. So 5 days is your planned delivery time. Now, if you add up these three parameters, you get the replenishment lead time in case of external procurement. And in case of internal procurement, you can use the total replenishment lead time, or you can use the breakup, production time plus GR processing time. So far, we have seen the basic concepts of ATP and the master data required for ATP. In this chapter, we're going to talk about the configuration required for ATP. Before we move to the configuration though, we have to understand the different places in the OTC cycle that availability check can be done. There are 3 points in the OTC cycle where availability check can be done. 3 points. This is an important interview question as well. The first check is at the sales order level, the second check at the delivery level, the third at the PGI. sales order, delivery, PGI. In the sales order, for example, availability check can be done in a variety of ways. Let's go into SAP and see an example. Let me go to VA01 and create an order. Pick a material, say M01, and let's see how availability check works out. Put a quantity, say 200. From this screen, can you tell if the line item is back ordered or not? If the schedule line is checked on, then this line is back ordered. Meaning, if multiple schedule lines exist, then, so like this, there would be a check mark here, and that means it's back ordered. If you select the line item and click on schedule lines, you'll see that the entire quantity here is confirmed. If not, then another schedule line would exist, and the quantity there that could not be confirmed for today would be confirmed for a later date. So that's how you check if a sales order is back ordered, by checking if multiple schedule lines exist. Now, did availability check get triggered already or not? The answer is yes. As soon as you enter the line item, the schedule line is relevant for ATP or availability check, it will automatically be triggered. If you want to check availability again, anytime you change the quantity, for example, let's change this from 200 to say 210. Availability check is triggered again. How do you know? It just happens in the background. Also, anytime you change the plant, like this, availability check is triggered. Or, without doing any of these, like changing quantity, changing plant, can you trigger availability check manually without changing the quantity of plant? The answer again is yes. So select the line item and click on this button. It will trigger availability check. And sometimes you might not want to do the availability. Instead, just view the availability. So not actually do an availability check, but just view the availability of the material. So that can be done by clicking on this button. So use this button to just view availability. So this is the situation for M01 for this plant, and the total cumulative ATP quantity is 97925, whatever, meaning that much quantity is available as of now to promise to the customer. So that's how you view availability check. If you want to do availability check, meaning perform an availability check, click on this button and the system will perform an availability check on demand. Not just in the background, but you can do it on demand. So if the system cannot find enough stock, then it will show you a different screen. You must have seen this when we have seen the sales order screen. It will show you a screen like this. If enough stock is not available, the remaining stock will be confirmed for a later point. So this split is based on what is available and how much is not available. So this is how the screen will be split up. So also here you can check if stock is available in a different plant or not. For example, the plant at the line item level, say, is the San Francisco plant, and goods are not available in that plant. So SAP does not go and check if the Los Angeles plant has the material available. So it doesn't change the plant automatically and do availability check. However, you can manually check this by clicking on this button and explicitly select the plant to go do the availability check on. If the stock is available in that plant, you can go back to the line item and change the plant. So that's how you check availability across plants. This is called checking availability across plants. So this is how availability check is done across plants for the same line item. And this is how, in general, availability check is done at the sales order level. As we have discussed, availability check can be done at the delivery level or at the PGA level. The way availability check is done at these three levels is different. So how are they different? Before we answer that question, we have to understand the configuration behind availability check. So these are the moving parts behind availability check. The first four items are configuration. Number one, checking group, checking rule, schedule line category, and delivery item category. Let's start with the checking group. What's a checking group? So this is a field in the sales view of the material master record. It controls how requirements are transferred to MRP. Now, I'm talking about requirements here while the topic is availability check, but just bear with me. For example, if you are selling spare parts, all the requirements for a particular type of spare are grouped together and sent to MRP at the end of the day. So let's expand on this a little bit. Say, there are orders coming in, order 1 for a quantity of 10, order 2 for a quantity of 20, 30, 40, so on and so forth. In some cases, requirement needs to be transferred to MRP right away for that particular order. For example, order 1 for a quantity of 10 will be transferred to MRP right away. When we are talking about transferring requirements right away. So similarly, order 2 for a quantity of 20 will be transferred to MRP as a separate requirement right away. Car manufacturing companies typically transfer requirements for cars to MRP this way. One car, one requirement. Typically, for all high-value products or customized products, requirements are transferred to MRP on a per-order basis. However, like we discussed, for spare parts or general consumables, it's okay to club all the requirements together at the end of the day. Like in this case, we have different orders in different quantities, right? 10, and then we have 20, 10 plus 20, and then plus 30, that's 60, and then plus 10, 70, and then plus 15, 85. That's 85, which is the total requirements for the day. 5 orders, the summed up quantity for that material is 85. That's the way it's transferred to MRP. Now, the relevance of this for availability, purely in terms of ATP, is 0, nothing. But this parameter affects your availability check. On the screen though, the material master sales view, the field is called availability check. So it's actually the checking group, but it's visible to you on the screen as availability check. The second parameter is checking rule. The checking rule defines how availability check needs to be done. If you go to SPRO, IMG, sales and distribution, basic functions, availability check and transfer of requirements, and go to availability check with ATP logic. There are other modes of doing availability check like product allocation and rule-based availability check, but they are not in the scope of general SD. For example, product allocation means although goods are available in stock, sometimes you might not give it to the customer. Why? Maybe because there is a shortfall and you want to allocate stock and spread it across all the customers to satisfy all the customers. This is called product allocation. It's actually used very heavily in industries like the apparel industry. In the apparel and footwear industry, take Nike, Reebok. As soon as stock is available, you'll not give it to any customer who asks for it. Depending on the availability and depending on the type of customer, only a certain amount of stock is allocated. That's the nature of the business. Another example where this could be used is for hot products. Say, if Apple has released a new blazing hot product, not all customers will receive all the quantity they ask for. For example, Best Buy is a big customer, right? Reseller, say, and they'll get a good amount of stock. But if you open an online store and ask for a big quantity of this very hot product, you won't get all you asked for because they would be allocating you a certain amount of stock depending on your credibility and your history. So this way of allocating stock is called product allocation. We're not going to discuss product allocation. Why? Because this is not part of the regular SD scope. So in general availability check, this is where the checking groups are defined, and this is where the checking rule is defined. Let's go back to that PowerPoint. For a particular checking group, say 01, what does 01 mean? Daily requirements. And for that checking group, you can specify how the system takes into account the different stock types when doing availability check. And you can define this at the order level or at the delivery level. The second parameter is the checking rule. So the checking rule specifies how stock is calculated. In a real project though, you will rarely have a requirement to change these settings. I have never had to change these settings in any of the projects I've done. But nevertheless, we should understand what these settings mean just in case. So, a checking rule specifies what type of stock is included and what type of inward and outward movements are included. For example, when doing availability check, do you need to include safety stock? So what's safety stock? If you have a stock of say 10,000 for a material M01, 500 will typically be reserved for safety stock, meaning it will only be used for urgent requirements. Then, how about stock in transfer? Say there's a plant in LA and another in San Francisco. Say if there is not enough stock in the San Francisco plant, and the stock transfer has been initiated in the San Francisco plant to get goods from the LA plant. So stock transfer is basically transfer between plants, either within the same company code or across company codes. One is called intra-company and one is called intercompany. Point being, if goods are not available in one plant, either for the customer or their own personal consumption, a stock transfer order can be raised to procure it from another plant. But say the goods are in transit, they have not reached the San Francisco plant. They're still in the truck somewhere between LA and SFO. The question is, do we need to consider that as an ATP stock or not? If yes, you need to check the stock and transfer on. And another one is the quality, include quality and inspection stock. Every product typically undergoes some kind of quality inspection, right? Not necessarily, but most stock typically includes some kind of quality inspection. So this control indicates if the stock currently being quality inspected can be included in ATP or not. Sometimes, depending on the nature of the product, it's included, not included. Now, typically, it doesn't really vary based on the nature of the product. It's mostly based on the business process. So for certain types of orders, it's included. For consignments, it might not be included, so on. Include blocked stock. So there are typically three types of stocks in inventory management: unrestricted stock, quality stock, and blocked stock. Stock can be blocked for a variety of reasons. Say, after quality check, you have found some stock to be defective. What do you do with that stock? You might not send it right away back to the vendor, but you put that in blocked stock so that somebody does not use it without knowing that it's bad stock. Overall, though, this section here indicates which stock to include and which stock to not include. The default setting for sales orders say, do not include any of the stock types. Generally, the only stock that's considered for sales order ATP is unrestricted stock. The next block is inward and outward movements. For example, if the customer asked for a stock of 200 and we only have 150 available, so we have a deficit of 50. If we had issued a PO, purchase order, for a quantity of 1,000 to a vendor, say 10 days ago, the stock is going to come through in 3 days. Then it essentially means that we have the entire stock requirement of 200. So if the customer asked for goods 3 days from now, not today, 3 days from now, we can very well say that we can deliver the goods 3 days from now. Why? Because we're going to receive goods in 3 days. So that is, even though you don't have the deficit of 50 right now. Right? Why? Because there is an expected inward movement of goods from the vendor in 3 days. And the customer requires it in 3 days, not today. So this field indicates whether we need to include inward purchase orders or not. Include reservations, include purchase requisitions, include sales requirements. I never had to change these requirements in any of my projects. Once again, a checking rule is an inbuilt rule in SAP. Inbuilt meaning you cannot change it. You see, A is sales order, B is delivery, and so on. Can you create your own, like C for cash sale, D for rush order? No, you cannot. These are inbuilt rules. They cannot be changed. All you can do is to configure the A or B or C. And what does a checking rule control? It controls what stock types are included in ATP, what kind of inward and outward movements are included in ATP calculation. So if somebody asks a question about checking rule in an interview, you can give examples about safety stock, quality stock, inward POs, stock transfer orders, and so on and so forth. What's included, what's not included. To summarize, we have two parameters in ATP configuration basically. Checking group and checking rule. Checking group is at the material master level in the sales view. The checking group along with the checking rule is going to define how ATP is done. Like what stock is included, what kind of movements need to be included, so on and so forth. So this is defined at the line item level, meaning, for example, line item 10 M01 for which checking group could be 01. And line item 20 could be a different material for which a checking group could be different. So the ATP being done at line item 10 could be completely different from the ATP being done at line item 20. The third important parameter is the schedule line category. This is almost a binary control, meaning we can either switch it off or switch it on. And that is controlled using this flag. We've already discussed this during schedule line category configuration. I'm not going to go into the details of it. The next parameter is the delivery item category. Remember, availability check can be done at the sales order level or at the delivery level. At the order level, availability is controlled using the schedule line category. At the delivery level, availability is controlled using the delivery item category. Same thing here. You can either check it off or check it on. It's not. It doesn't have a broad set of controls. It's also binary, on or off. Again, this is very rarely touched. So if for some reason you want to disable it or enable it at the delivery level, you can use this parameter to change the way standard SAP works. Okay, so let's summarize what we have learned in this chapter. There are 4 parameters that can be used in SAP to configure the way availability check works. Checking group, checking rule, schedule line category, and delivery item category. Checking group comes from the material master. We have discussed some examples of a couple of checking groups: individual requirements, collective requirements. Checking rule is hard-coded in SAP, at the order level, consignment level, delivery level. You can change it. In that, we have seen different controls like, stock types, inward, outward movements, etc. And after that, we have seen schedule line category, which is more or less an on and off, which is used to control if availability check should happen or not happen. And finally, we have the delivery item category, which is also an on and off switch used to control if availability check should happen or not happen at the delivery level. And of course, if you are not able to satisfy any of the business requirements with these parameters, you can always go for user exits.
Hi guys, in this class we are going to talk about route determination. Let me quickly log on to SAP and I'll show you on the screen where you can see the route in an order. When you think of the route, it's the same old route that you know about. The route defines how you need to go from a source to the destination. Each route will be assigned a unique code, and the source will be the plant or the shipping point, and the destination will be the ship to party. Let's see where the route is in a transaction. Create an order. Using our standard customer, and enter a material. Go to the shipping tab, and then you'll see that there is something called as a route. And it's a very cryptic code, R00110. But what does it mean? There is a whole bunch of configuration behind determining that particular route, R00110. And there are a whole bunch of parameters that define what that route is in the first place. Now, there is a lot of jargon that's involved here, like mode of transport, shipping type, so on and so forth. We'll just cut through all of that, and then I'll just talk about the 4 or 6 different parameters that really affect a route. Alright, so now that you understand where a route is in the system and what is a route, let's understand that a route contains all these parameters, connection points. Now let me just go back one step and then show you what a route is. So this is how a route is. A route is a 6 character or a 4 character alphanumeric, and then it will have an ID, and of course apart from that it will have shipping type, it will have distance, it will have transit time, it will have a factory calendar, travel duration, all the parameters that you want to define a route with. Now, not all the parameters are required in order for you to really understand what a route is. So connection points, mode of transport, stages, shipping type is not really relevant when you think of route from a pure SD perspective. When you get a little bit into logistics execution, handling unit management, maybe you might want to touch upon some of these. But at this point, since you're just learning SD, I would not recommend you go into these off-topic areas. Okay, so none of these at this point. Moving on. So what else is important? The first thing is what is called as a transportation zone. This is one of the key parameters in defining a customer, because when you define a customer, let's say VD01, and then you select your customer account group, whatever number, and it seems I'm just using some country, and then you see the transportation zone here, right? And then US has these different transportation zones: East, West, Pacific, Central, Mountain, Chicago, so on. And these are all freely definable. As you know, you can just go and click on this new button, and it will take you to the config where you can define a new transportation zone. But what exactly is a transportation zone? Now, between any two geographical locations. Now, if you think of this as Chicago, and if you think of this as New York, now Chicago will have a certain set of customers, and that zone, that geographical zone, is called as a transportation zone. So all customers within that area will fall under a particular transportation zone. This is to identify source and destinations at a broad level. Alright. The first one was the zone or the transportation zone of the customer, the ship to. The second thing is the same concept applied to the shipping point. Each shipping point will also be assigned to a zone. Now again, if you take that Chicago, New York example, if your plant is in Chicago and your customer ship to is in New York, this customer will belong to a transportation group, let's say 0000003, which is eastern zone, northeastern zone, whatever, and then the plant will belong to a particular transportation zone, and you are going to manually set it in configuration. Alright, so the first thing at a higher level is zone, and a zone is defined at both the endpoints. The first endpoint is the source, which is the shipping point. The second endpoint is the destination, which is the ship to. And defining a transportation zone for a ship to is config, and defining a transportation zone for a customer is end user transaction. Alright, the third important parameter is a transportation group, and it's defined at a material master level. If you go to the sales general plan, and then you'll see that this is one of the mandatory fields for most materials that are not service. Now, why is a transportation group important? A transportation group defines, or rather transportation group plays a role in determining a route, for the simple reason that not all materials can be transported in a particular route. Same example, Chicago to New York. You could transport the goods via air, you could transport the goods via truck, you could transport the goods via whatever external logistics providers, so on and so forth, via train. Now, the properties of the material also play a significant role in determining the route. For example, if you are sending hazardous material, let's say phenol or some kind of flammable material, obviously you don't want to send that on your regular air freight, right? You want to use special trucks, or you want to use special train bogies. If you are sending frozen or refrigerated materials, you want to only use a route that can handle refrigerated materials under a certain temperature. If you want to use trains for that, you want to use refrigerated train cars. So apart from the source and destination zones, the third important parameter is the type of material. And the parameter from the material master that's used to identify it is called as a transportation group, because the purpose of it is to determine the route used in transportation. Okay, the fourth parameter is the shipping condition. A shipping condition is very, very simple to identify. It will come from the customer master, or it will come from the document type. This is VOV8, your sales document type configuration. When you create an order of type, let's say ZOR5, using customer 1000, the shipping conditions in the shipping tab of the sales area of the customer will first take precedence and come and sit in the header of the sales order. However, if you have a shipping conditions defined for a document type that you are creating an order for, this will override the shipping conditions that's coming from the customer master. So shipping conditions in the sales document also play a vital role in determining the route. Now we are seeing all the parameters step by step and their background. And in the next couple of slides, we are gonna put all these things together and finally see the config as to how route is determined. So we have done 4 parameters. And if you move forward, the transportation zone of the ship to address is 1 parameter. Transportation zone of the shipping point is a 2nd parameter. 3rd parameter and 4th parameter being the shipping conditions and transportation group. So finally, how is a route determined? So these are the parameters that define your route. Shipping conditions in the sales order header. Transportation group of that line item, because the route E could be per line item. Each line item could have a different route. One is frozen, one is regular. They form different routes. Departure country, destination country. So the zones, the western zone, if you define a western zone, the western zone in Germany could be different from the western zone in the US. So apart from zone, there is a higher level of abstraction called the country. So consider country like an extension of zone. If you understand zone, country is just an extension. Each country can have n number of zones, and the same zone name could be associated with different countries. So Eastern zone could be there in Germany, Eastern zone could be there in the US. The 5th parameter and the 6th parameter are, of course, the zones: source, destination. So your 6 parameters that define a route are shipping conditions, transportation group, and then the rest of the 4 conditions are related to the geography, the zones and the countries. This determines the route. So in summary, what we have learned is what is a route and what are the parameters that are used in determining a route. Alright, now don't even go digging around and finding as to where route is and in the config, and well, I would just say just go around maybe a little bit into the configuration and see where route is, but really don't go too deep into it. It's a very trivial topic, but nevertheless it's something that should be covered for the simple reason that if you're not able to talk a little bit about routes, you would be in problem. Okay, so this is where you refine the routes. If you want, I'll make some notes here. So it's a page. So define routes is, this is how you define routes. So define a route, and each route will have the set of parameters that we discussed at the very early part of the slide. So if you take a route and then look at it in detail, it contains all these different parameters. Now, route determination. So you define your transportation zone, you define your weight groups is an additional parameter, but let's not worry about weight groups. You define the route determination here. So go here and then define routes. assign routes or do a route determination. Add an additional page, and if you go to route determination, you'll see all those 6 parameters in a very systematic manner. Alright, for example, if you look at this route, a route between Eastern US and Pacific US, and there are 2 types of route determination. One is based on weight and the other is not based on weight. So let's look at just the scenario where it's not based on weight. So between this source and destination zones, for a particular shipping condition and for a particular transportation group, the proposed route is this. And this is how route determination is done. This is the only piece of configuration that you need to know. The only addition to it, apart from weight groups, would be user exits, where you can customize the way routes are being determined. That's not in the scope of this chapter here. So just try and understand a little bit about routes. Don't need to go too much into it. Those 6 parameters: source, destination, 2 things. In source, there is a zone, there is country. In destination, there is zone, there is country. The other 2 parameters are shipping conditions, transportation group. That's it. These 6 parameters will define a route. If somebody asks you about weight groups, you can very well say I have not worked on weight groups. Alright, thank you guys. We are going to talk about a topic called status profile. Status profile. A status profile is associated with a transaction or a line item in a transaction. But before I go into the technical details of a status profile, let me talk about a simple business scenario for you to understand really why status profile is required. A simple scenario, for example, could be a quotation that requires some approvals. Let's say there is a company that does sales orders, let's say worth 200k or 300k or 400k. These are really big orders, right? And these orders are generally taken with the quotation in place. These orders are generally taken with the help of a quotation first. So there will be a quotation that is given to the customer, quoting a particular price and other conditions. And that quotation, because it's a big ticket item, needs to be approved by some manager. Let's say the field sales guy goes out and gives a quotation for 200k. And then there is some negotiation with the customer. Let's say the customer says 180k, and then the salesman sticks with 190k and finalizes the quote at 190k. But he might not have all the authorization to give that discount. So somebody else, maybe his supervisor, needs to approve that quotation before it's converted to an order. So how do you achieve this? There needs to be some check in place where we can have different statuses at the quotation level, that somebody can approve before taking it forward and creating an order. Now this was one example with a quotation, and we can take another example, let's say with an order. Now this 300k equipment, let's say, is a power equipment, let's say, for a power generation company, let's say Southern California Edison, which is located in Southern California. It's a power generation company, so it requires a ton of those heavy machinery, and let's say we are the company selling that heavy machinery to that company. Now as soon as that company places an order to purchase that equipment, now there are different stages that order is really delivered in, because it's not a regular small order, right? So Southern California Edison, being the company, it's a power generation company, they have placed an order to supply a particular piece of machinery for 300k. Now this company, the delivering company, will have to first start the site verification, because it's, let's say, it's a big piece of machinery. So where are they going to keep it? Are they going to keep it in a place conducive to the working and operating conditions of that machinery? If not, then the company has to ensure that the respective locations and conditions are in place with Southern California Edison. And even after the installation is done, or even after the validation is done, maybe a supervisor needs to go and run a checklist on top of that, just to make sure it's really safe to go and install it. A simple example over there could be, for example, whether it has all the necessary power connectors that are required. Does it have the required voltage? Does it have the required cooling? Maybe a water pipe needs to come in. Does it have the required cooling conditions? So on and so forth. Only after all of this stuff is done and the supervisor goes and validates it, only then a delivery can happen. But until that point, you cannot even deliver that order. Now, mind you, this is not as simple as a delivery block, because there are a number of stages that this order has to go through. If it were just one stage, we would have done this with a delivery block very easily. But there are a number of stages, and we need to walk through these stages lock and step. Meaning we can go to one step, we can go to the next step, and then maybe we can come back to a previous step, or maybe you go 4 steps forward and then maybe you can only come 1 step backward. There is a particular workflow that can be set up, and that's all done using status profile. Right? Now, with this business scenario in mind, let's first start with the configuration. The configuration is really simple. There are one or two tricky things here and there, but we'll talk about all of that. Let's start with the configuration, do an example finally, and then try and achieve a simple business scenario first. Alright, here is the configuration. As usual, go to SPRO, IMG, and then sales and distribution, sales, define and assign status profile. So parallelly, let's try and do it in the system. There you go. SPRO, IMG, sales and distribution, sales documents, define and assign status profile. So when you click on that, first you have the definition. So define status profile. Alright, let's select that and click on choose. So as usual, there are a whole bunch of status profiles that are predefined because this is an IDES system. Let's pick up a simple status profile and look at what's really inside it. So once again, you go to this transaction, or you don't need to remember that transaction. You can just go to that path, click on define status profiles, and then let's pick up a simple status profile called ZQT that is delivered as part of any standard IDES. This is a quotation workflow. It's a very simple workflow that we're going to look at right now. Alright, let's go back here then. So go to position, select ZQT. Select that status profile and click on the magnifying glass to look at the controls behind it. There are 3 different statuses. The first status is abbreviated as NAPP, which is a short form for not approved. The second status is abbreviated as APP, again a shortcut for approved, and REJE, a short form for rejected. Now these statuses can be defined by you the way you like it. Now if you don't want NAPP, you can have NA01 or Z01. It's really up to you. You can have the status name and status description as whatever you like. And each status will have a number. Just like the way we have numbers, number ranges in or rather sequences, 10, 20, 30, 40 in access sequence, or 10, 20, 30, 40 in a pricing procedure. We have status numbers which just represent a sequence in which these statuses should appear. So first we want to have not approved as step number 1 and approved as step number 2. Rejected could be step number 3. Now we're going to see how these statuses are really going to be useful when we go back and forth between the different statuses. Right? And that's what you see here. Status. So this is status. And then we have a short test, which is a description of what that status represents, so that the user can easily understand what that status really means. And if you click on this button, you can have a long text for it, which is a more elaborate description that the user can see when he double clicks on that in the transaction. So whatever we are doing right now is all SPRO. We are configuring the system, right? And then we have something called initial status, which is this little flag over here. So one of these statuses can be marked as an initial status, meaning as soon as a document is created, or for that matter, as I said, a status profile can also work at the line item level. Even line items can have statuses. Only certain items can have statuses. For example, when you are generating and when you are selling a power generator worth $5 million and then some cables worth $1 million or $100,000, you're not going to really be bothered about giving statuses to those cables. You are more interested in the big equipment and giving statuses to it so that the pricing, the delivery can be controlled. Right? So that's the reason why SAP also provides statuses at this line item level. For now, we are going to only look at the status profile at the header level, because it's at the line item level, it's just going to be an extension. Same configuration, no difference. I'll tell you where it's different. Now, coming back to the initial status. As soon as a document is created, for example, let's say a document of type ZOR is created. this document type is assigned to a status profile ZQT, then as soon as this document is created, it will have these three statuses with this status as marked as initial. Alright, now we're going to see that example as we go forward. When we finish this piece of configuration in the next couple of slides, we're going to create our own document and assign the status profile to it and see the effect of initial status, and we're going to see all the different statuses when we try and create a document of that document type. Alright, now there is another tricky thing called the lowest and highest. I'm not going to talk about it at this point. It's a little confusing to understand, not very useful, so you don't need to really bother about it if you don't understand it too much. But I'm going to revisit this once you get a hang of this whole status profile. Right? And another thing is the auth code. So similarly, when I revisit the lowest and highest status profiles, I'm also going to talk about the authorization code. Alright, now let's get the baseline running, and then we'll move on to talk about lowest, highest, and auth code. Alright, so this here is where you put the long description. We've just talked about it, and each of these status in the status profile. A status profile is, quite simply put, a bunch of statuses. Each status in the status profile will have a certain set of business transactions that can be performed. For example, this status indicates that creation of a billing document is forbidden, creation of a delivery is forbidden, creation of an order is forbidden. Where is an order? Delivery, inquiry, quotation, create a sales document. See, goods issue is prohibited. So for each status, you can control the different types of transactions that can be performed on it. For example, if we have a quotation called ZQT1 or ZQT5, whatever, and associate this status profile ZQT to it, as soon as it is created, it will go to a status called not approved. So this will go to a status called NAPP. This is the initial status. In this status, what are the transactions that can be performed on this document? Let's say we created this quotation, and the quotation number is 200000021, and now we want to create an order out of it. So create an order OR with respect to this quotation. Can you do it? Well, it's not an approved quotation. We don't want to create or allow creation of an order with reference to an unapproved quotation, right? So we control what can be done with respect to a particular status, or what can be done to a particular transaction which is in a particular status, by just selecting that status, clicking on this controls, and you can say, for example, that you can in fact create a sales document, for example, and then it only give a warning. So you don't want to really prohibit an order from being created, but maybe give a warning saying, hey, you know what, this quotation is not approved yet. Maybe you don't want to create an order. Or if your business strictly forbids or prohibits an order from being created with reference to a quotation that's not, or rather that's in a not approved status, then you just select forbidden. Alright. So moving on, here is a more complicated example. This example is what we are going to create. ZORDINS. It's not there in the system yet. So we are going to create this status profile. I'll give you a business background behind it, and then we're going to create all of that just the way it's shown here. All right. But before we do that, let's take a simple example, and the same example that we have taken, the quotation example, and try and work it out. All right. So let's first go to sales order document type. All right. So do we have anything similar to a quotation? All right. I think this is one of the quotations that we have created as part of our original one of our training programs. So let's take this quotation type, ZQT1. Look at that quotation. Yeah, it's really a quotation because I know the document category is B. Okay, so let's take this ZQT1 and associate a status profile to it. The same status profile ZQT, or maybe a modification of it. Okay, define and assign status profile. So go to define status profile, go to ZQT, select it, and then click on copy. Right? So I'm going to go here and then show you these steps one by one. Or rather, let me show it to you here. Before I go to the complicated example, edit, insert page, create new status profile as a copy of ZQT in our case, because there is an already existing example. So let's use it and try to create a copy of it. Okay, so select your quotation or status profile and click on the copy button. Right, select it, click on copy. Alright, we want to name it as what? ZQT1, let's say. Okay, custom code approval status profile. Click on continue, and then we have ZQT1 there. Alright. Okay, so what we have done here is clicked on that and clicked on the copy button, created a new name, new description, and then click on continue. So we have a new status profile here. So select and then look at the controls here. Let's change the names for a bit. We can call it 10, we can call it 20, we can call it 30. Right? We can call it whatever names we like. Let's say not approved. Approved. Just give it different names. Doesn't matter. I just want to show you that you can have whatever names you like. All right. And then let's leave this lowest and highest for now. It doesn't really matter. So put 10, 90 because you have changed the numbers, right? Then we're going to change those numbers. And here is another thing that you want to just make sure. This is the trick, okay? So let me just take this picture. This is where most people go wrong. I mean, in terms of doing it right. When they want to practice on it. So you can change the name. You can have any name and description. Okay, and then we want to have this as the initial status. That means when we create that document that is assigned to this status profile, we want this status to be the initial status. And we can of course change it at a later point in time. Alright, insert another page and select this and click on controls. So in the control section, you make sure that you have all the respective set of business transactions and the respective statuses set properly. Now, if you don't copy and create your own, alright, if you don't copy and create your own, like I copied from ZQT and created ZQT1. Now, let me put another status. Okay, this is going to tell you the difference. And then final. Let's say there's a status called finalized. Okay, select it, then go there. You see there's nothing here, no business transaction. So when you create your own different statuses, or you create a new status profile from scratch, you're not going to have any transactions here against the status. So what do? You just click on this new button. It's as simple as that. Okay, and then you're going to set your allowed status accordingly. You want to allow, disallow, forbid, whatnot. It's really up to you. And then click on save. This is important. Create new status final for ZQT1 status profile and save. Okay, saving this is important. If you don't save this, go back, you lose it, even for that particular status. Okay, and then of course you have to save it again. Alright, now another gotcha. So let me just take this picture so that you know what to do. You see, actually it's gone again. Why is that? So go here and then select this guy and then click save. Go back. Let me see if it works again. Easy. Okay. What happened there? Okay. Go back. Now let's see again if it, yeah, those statuses up there. Alright. So let me just show it to you. So when you create a new status, alright, if you created a new status, okay, first thing you got to do is select that status and go here. Step number 1. Okay, when you go there, step number 2 is to click on this new button. First step, and step number 2 is to click on this new button, and then you'll have all these different transactions. And step number 3 is don't forget to save. Okay, very, very important. Don't forget to save. Alright, so now that we've got ZQT1, now save it, go back. And the second step is assign the status profile to a particular document type. Okay, we have created a status profile. Assign status profile to document type. Now if you want to do it at the line item level, you know what to do. You assign it to the item categories. But for now, let's do it only at the document type. So select this, and we know the document type that we want to assign it to, ZQT1, right? So go there and assign the status profile in one of these places. Where is it? Must be somewhere here. status profile. Alright, there you go. We don't want this, we want ZQT1, our own custom status profile. Alright, so let me just show it here. Then assign it to ZQT, this status profile. Okay, we're done here. So let's go back, save, of course, save it, and we're done here. Let's go back all the way. So let's go create a quotation. Alright, so test ZQT1. We want to create it in the sales org 1000 10 00 as usual. And enter our favorite customer. You can use any customer, any sales org, it doesn't really matter. Now, how do you go look at the status profile? Go to header status. Okay, this is how you look at the status profile at the header level. Okay, so you have created a quotation of the particular type that we have chosen, and then now we are going to header status. So go there, header and status. Then you'll see a little button there called the object status. Alright. Oh, this is a trick. So go here and then click on the status tab and click on object status. When you click on object status, you'll have a whole bunch of these statuses that we have configured. Let me go to the next page and then we'll see how these statuses operate. Okay, so you go there and you'll see a number of statuses there. So these were the statuses, right? And when we said initial, we said not approved is initial, right? So this one is initial. That means the current status as specified by this radio button is initial. And then we have all these different statuses. Now, can we go from 10 to 20? Yes, we can. Hit enter. Yeah. Can we go from 20 to 10? Yes. Click 10, hit OK. And you see what happens here. Status NA is not allowed. But why is that? Why is status NA not allowed? Right? It's very simple, right? You want to go from 20 to 10, but it says not allowed. Why? Well, the reason is, let me take a screenshot of this. So how to move between statuses. So here is how you move between statuses, right? You just select that status, hit enter. But sometimes it's not allowed. In this case, status NA is not allowed. So if I want to move from here to here, this status NA is not allowed. So why is that? Let's go to the same old transaction where we have configured everything and then see what we have configured there and why the system is not allowing us to move between those transactions. Between those statuses. So ZQT1, select. Then you see from the lowest highest, right? For once the status is in 20, the lowest you can go to is 20. So what is 20? 20 is really this guy. So let me put that here so that you'll get some perspective. Okay, so once the status is in 20, you cannot move back to 10 because the lowest state that is possible for 20 is 20 itself. It's not 10. But if we would have put 10 here, then moving from 20 to 10 is no big deal. Alright? So it's as simple as that. Now, that is the initial status and lowest and highest. Next, there is something called as an auth code. This is also used quite widely, but it's not really in our hands. It's really a job of a basis consultant. So what is an auth code? An auth code is an authorization code that's given to user ID, so that not everybody has the authorization to create or approve a code. For example, the approval part can only be done by a particular user with a particular status. So you create that status and assign that status here. Let's say these are not the right ones, but let's say some guy, SCM001. Let's say this authorization code is assigned to a particular user ID, the manager. Let me 1 manager, 2 managers, 10 managers, doesn't matter. All of them could be assigned this ID. And any of them could come in and approve the quotation, meaning set that quotation to the approved status. Alright, that is an auth code. So lowest, highest, auth code, and then of course the initial status. So these are the key things against a status. Also, the next thing being, if the quotation is not approved, we have looked at the controls, right? Most of the things are forbidden, including creation of a sales order. Now we're going to see that live by trying to create an order. With reference to this quotation. Alright? So here is our quotation that we are trying to create. Okay, alright, we don't want to go to 20. And let's go here, set some dates, and set a material, and click on save. Alright, here is our quotation 200088. Control C and go back to VA01 to create an order with reference to this quotation. Let's say OR and create with reference to this quotation. Click on copy. We are able to create a quotation. And why is that? Because in the quotation we have set the status to be approved, right? So where is our quotation? Our quotation is, let's say here, go to the quotation, and we see that the status of this quotation is approved, and hence we are able to create an order out of it. But let's create another quotation, set it in status as not approved, and then see if we are able to really create an order with respect to that quotation. Alright, the same thing as we have done just previously, but previously we have changed the status to approved, but we're going to let the status remain as it is in the not approved status, which is the initial status. So go to header, status, object status. It is in not approved status. That's fine. We'll save it and try to create an order out of it and see the result of it. Okay, so here is our quotation. Let's create an order with reference to this quotation. There we go. Then click on copy. Here is the error that you get. It's not allowed because trying to create an order with respect to a quotation in 10 not approved status. Alright? This is how status profile works. Now we'll take the other example. I'll not do it. I'll ask you to do it as an assignment. So here is what you have to do. The scenario being, the same Southern California Edison is the customer. We are selling him a big power generator. It costs $5 million. So we want to reasonably ensure that the place is ready. It has all the necessary equipment, the cables, the coils, and the place, the conditions, etc., etc. So we're going to create a status profile and assign it to an order like this. The first, not initialized, meaning nothing has been done. The second thing, initial registration done, meaning the order has been placed and the customer called us and said, yes, we are ready, start the installation. Next is a site verification, meaning one of our service engineer will go and verify the site, make sure it has everything, talk to the management, and ensure that the necessary supplies, necessary conditions, necessary power equipment, everything is in place to install this big power generator. And then install validation. So the service engineer might be a junior guy. So somebody else higher up above, maybe a senior service engineer, will go and validate that status, meaning that that installation. Is it really ready? Maybe do a checklist, make sure everything is ready, and then after that inspection has passed, then we'll set it to delivery, which is a signal that the delivery can happen. Now look at this lowest and highest. This is actually from one of a real example that I've done on a small project. It's not Southern California Edison. It's for another bio company in the Bay Area. The lowest is 10, highest is 20, meaning from not registered, which is this, you can go to 20, which is registration done. Alright, fair enough. From 20, after the initial registration has been done, you can either go to site verification or go to install validation. One of these steps, because we have said 40 is the highest, which means you can either go to 30 or go to 40. Right? And let's look at this example. Ready for delivery means when the site is ready for delivery, you can go back to 20. From here to 20, meaning maybe something is wrong. Start the process all over again. Or you can go to the next status, which is install confirmation. Everything is done. The customer has confirmed the installation is done properly to his satisfaction. Yes, set the status to installation confirmation. Alright, so I want you to do this example. So take this status profile, visualize this scenario and run through these different statuses, give them the corresponding lower and higher status, and assign it. If you create it new, you have to assign it to an object type. Okay, this is the third trick. We have talked about two tricks, how to import those profiles, how to save it. That was the second one. This is the third trick. When you're creating a new status profile, you have to always assign it to an object. Right? So where do you do it? You go here, and I'll tell you where you need to do it. Okay, and select this object types. Okay, let me just move these aside, and I'll show you where you can do this. Okay, select it, and then select that status profile, and then click on object types. Okay, select the status profile and click on object types, and when you click on object types, you'll see a whole bunch of them. You just have to select sales order or sales order line item, MNOP, QRST, sales order header or sales order item. You just have to select one of these. Okay, this is pretty simple. Don't think too much into it. it's just related to workflow, meaning technically behind the scene there is something called as business objects, bus 2032, blah blah blah. You don't need to really go there. So it's a technical thing. So the third important point is go to object types and assign it a sales order header if you're creating a new status profile. Okay, this is something that you could miss. And then you go to this new for each status, set your business transactions accordingly, what can be done, what need not be done. Now in this case, for example, until ready for delivery is done, you really don't want to be able to create a delivery for this transaction, right? That could be an example of how you could use these statuses to create these different business transactions. Okay, see, here is an example of whether we can create billing or not if it is not initiated. Of course you can't do billing, you can't do delivery, you can't do goods issue, which is right. And when it is ready for delivery, you can create a delivery, you can do a goods issue, right? That's how you define what can and what cannot be done when the document is in a particular status. Alright, and you assign this document to your own document type, let's say ZOR5 or ZOR0, ZOR9, whatever document type you have, you assign that in VOV8. You assign it to this status profile. Right? Once you do that, go create an order, go to header and status, and then go to object status, and you should be able to see all these different statuses and how you move across them, right? Because a document is in a particular status, can you do the delivery? Yeah, or maybe not. And between statuses, how can you move? Can you move between all the different statuses or only particular statuses in a particular sequence? And that is completely dependent on how you do lowest to highest. Alright, so that's the end of status profile. So the example that I've given you, do it in the system. Post your questions in the forum. I'll be glad to help you. Thank you guys.
Okay, this topic is about scheduling. Now don't confuse this with rescheduling. Rescheduling is its own topic and it has got its own significance. Although some of the topics in scheduling and rescheduling overlap, this is a different topic and rescheduling is a different topic. So, what is scheduling and how many types of scheduling are there? And what does SAP follow? And where are the different parameters set? So we're going to talk about these things in this session. Let's take a simple order. Say a customer 1400 comes in and he orders a material M01. Say some quantity 100. Apart from pricing and other checks that happen at the line item, one of them is called availability check. Whether availability check should happen or not is controlled at many levels. So one of the levels in the material master where a field controls whether availability check should happen or not. The second level of control is scheduling. So these are the two major triggering points. One is the parameter at the material master level, and the second is the parameter at the schedule line category. So some examples of materials that do not require availability check are service items or materials with fixed capacity. Now, in the first case, there is no availability check because it's service.
In the second case, there is no availability check because there is a fixed demand and supply. The customer knows what he's going to get, and the manufacturer knows what he's going to manufacture. Well, this is a very rare scenario. It happens in certain cases, but we're not going to bother about that. Again, service is another scenario where the availability check need not happen, because for service there is no physical deliverables, right? So there is no need for availability check. So once the system has decided that the availability check at the line item has to happen, well, there are two ways in which availability check can be done. Or rather, we can put it in this way. Once the system determines that the availability check at the line item needs to be done, then the system verifies if there is stock. But let's not go into too much details of the availability check of the system in terms of how it checks and stuff like that. Say a quantity of 100 is required. Okay. So the first thing is, do we have the quantity in the plant or warehouse? If it is there in the warehouse, then the system commits to a date. This date could be based on a variety of parameters. We're not going to bother too much about the parameters at this point in this section, but we are only going to focus on if a date is committed to or not. Meaning, let's say today is October 31st. So if you place this order for a quantity of 100 on October 31st, even though the stock is available, the system might say, I'm going to deliver this product to the customer by November 10th. We have the stock available. Why is the system proposing a date of November 10th, although today is October 31st? This is one of the key things that we'll see as we proceed further. The next scenario is, let's say the stock is not available. What happens in this case? In this case, the system looks at what's called as a strategy in the material master. This comes from the material master. So what is strategy? In very simple words, strategy says if we are procuring it or producing it. In the material master, there is a field called procurement type. This field dictates whether procurement is external or internal. If it is internal, that means it's manufactured. Then we need how much time is required to manufacture or produce the goods. That's called the production time or production lead time. The time it takes to produce that material is the production lead time. So again, we'll look at more details of the production timeline and so on. Now the third scenario is external procurement. So either we produce the goods in-house or we procure them from vendor in case the goods are procured from vendor. So either we produce the goods in-house or we procure them from the vendor. So in case we procure the goods from the vendor, then the vendor takes some time to deliver the goods, right? And that time is called the procurement lead time. So these are some of the lead times that need to be considered under scheduling. Now, let's go into the details of how the system calculates these different lead times and where they are stored. So how are these dates determined in scheduling? In order to arrive at the final delivery date,
So based on different scenarios, either internal or external. There are 5 lead times that need to be considered. What are these lead times? Transit time, loading time, picking time, packing time, and transportation lead time. So these 5 lead times or processing times are required to arrive at the delivery date. So how do you maintain them? Well, history. You look at the history. Say historically, it took 2 days to load a particular quantity. So to load this amount of quantity or to load goods in this plant, this is the amount of duration that is required. So you look at history to arrive at what these lead times are in a more accurate way. So let's say the plant is in Chicago and the customer is in New York. So the warehouse manager or the delivery manager or the person who looks at the delivery might know how long it takes to transport goods from Chicago to New York. And that's what I meant by history. So depending on the history, these times are calculated and then recalculated again and then put back in the system so that the system is made aware of how long each of these lead times are in different situations. Like how long it takes to load the goods, how long it takes to deliver the goods. All this is based on history and experience. Now, let's start from the beginning. Starting with order intake. Let's say August 1st. August 1st, the customer has placed an order for a material of quantity 5. We'll say within 5 days, the material will be available. It need not always be 5. It can be 0 also. It will be 0 in case the materials are readily available in stock, right? If the goods are not available, then there is a week of time to procure the goods based on availability, and that's the lead time. We'll discuss that in a different session. But once the material is available on August 6th, at that point, the scheduling starts. So we talked about picking time. How long it takes to pick the goods. Packing time. How long it takes to pack the goods. So if we consider each as a milestone, the first milestone, second milestone, third, fourth, fifth milestone. If we add picking and packing to the first milestone, then you arrive at the third milestone. If you add the transportation lead time, that's the time taken to get the truck ready, just to get ready, not to load, because for an order you might require 5 trucks, and 5 trucks might not be readily available, right? So the transportation lead time is the time it takes to get the truck ready. So when you add the transportation lead time to this milestone, you get the loading date. So the material is available, the transport has been planned, and now comes the loading time. What is the date on which you start the loading? Let's say it takes 1 day lead time to load the material, that is from August 9th to August 10th. So August 10th is your goods issue date. That's the next milestone. So let's say it takes 5 days for the goods to reach from the warehouse to the customer on the delivery date. So if you start on August 1st, add 5 days to make the material available, add 3 days for getting the truck ready, 1 day for picking and packing, whichever is greater. The system picks the greater one and determines the loading date. And finally, the goods issue date we come at by adding the loading date to the goods issue date. And after the goods are issued, there is the transit time, right? The time it takes for the goods to reach the customer. And once you add that as well, you determine the delivery date. So you add all these dates together and finally you get an actual delivery date. So to determine the actual delivery date, in between we have so many dates, right? We add picking and packing together to get the goods issue date, so on and so forth. So this is how the system determines the actual delivery date. There are different dates, right? For example, picking and packing is one date. If we go to the shipping point configuration, we can maintain the picking and packing and loading time. Next, where is the transportation lead time? You can go to the route determination in SPRO, sales and distribution, basic functions, route determination. If you go to the definition of route, we see the transportation lead time there. Next is factory calendar. What is a factory calendar? The factory calendar is used to identify the holidays and working days of a logistics provider. So if you're providing transportation, you need to know the holidays and working days to calculate the lead time or the transportation lead time. That is the total time that determines the transportation time. You have to include holidays, right? That has to be part of your planning. Similar to the transportation lead time, there is also something called as transit time. So if you want to identify that, look at the scheduling line in the order and select the shipping tab. We can see all the different dates and times like picking time, loading time, transportation time, goods issue time. All these milestones are here. Now, let's talk about the different kinds of scheduling or different types of scheduling. What are they? There are two types of scheduling: backward scheduling and forward scheduling. Now, what is backward scheduling and forward scheduling, and when do we use each of these? Let's say the customer requires the goods by 31st August. So this is our starting point, 31st August. And from that point on, we calculate backward. That is backward scheduling. So from August 31st, the transit time, let's say the transit time is 5 days. So August 31st minus 5 days is 25 or 26th, which is the goods issue date. So goods has to be issued on the 25th or the 26th because it takes 5 days of transit time to reach the customer. So on 26th August, we need to issue the goods. So if the goods issue is to happen on the 26th, then probably we have to have 1 day for loading, right? Assume there is a loading time of 1 day. So subtract 1 day, that takes you back to 25th of August. That will be the loading date. So 25th of August is the loading date, 1 day for loading, 26th, and 26th plus transit time of 5 days is 31st August, right? So you're going back step by step using the different times to arrive at the different milestones. Say the transportation lead time is 5 days. Subtract that, you go to 20th of August. And finally, you have the material availability date. Okay. Now the system has to make a decision by subtracting the different dates. You subtract all of this, so on and so forth. And at this time, the system has to make a decision. If the material is not available on that date, that is the 20th of August, then the system switches to forward scheduling. So by default, the system does the backward scheduling, and when it arrives at the availability date, if the goods are not available by that date, the system switches to forward scheduling. Forward scheduling. What is forward scheduling? Now in backward scheduling, we start with the target date. When does the customer needs the goods by? In forward scheduling, we start with the availability date. So we have to anyway deliver the goods, right? So the goods are not available on this date. So first determine when the goods are available by. So if the ordering date is 5th January, let's say it takes 5 days for the goods to be available. So 5th January plus 5 days is 10th January is the availability date. Picking time is, let's say, 2 days. So 10th January plus 2 days, 12th January. And then the transportation time, so on and so forth, loading time of 5 days and 10 days for delivery. So the delivery date is 30th January. That is forward scheduling. So from the ordering date of 5th, you add the different lead times starting with availability, picking, packing, transportation lead time, loading time, transit time. You arrive at a final date. That's called forward scheduling. So by default, this is probably a simple interview question. What is backward scheduling? What is forward scheduling? And what's the default setting in SAP? So by default, the system does backward scheduling first, depending upon the customer delivery date. Now, if the availability fails, that's when the system switches to forward scheduling. In this section, we are going to discuss two topics: backorder processing and rescheduling. So what is a backorder? Let's say the customer has placed an order for a quantity of 10 to be delivered within a week. Say we don't have that stock. We have the stock available in the second week. What happens now? A new delivery date will be calculated. Say 2 weeks from now when the goods will be available. And a new schedule line will be created for the second week. An order where the delivery date specified by the customer could not be met. Instead, the system proposes a new date. What is the big deal? Well, in order to understand what the big deal is about, we have to understand a couple of things. First off, what is a requirement? When I mean requirements, I'm talking about sales requirements. And then we have to understand how we can view the requirements in SAP. And finally, is there a way to manually manipulate these requirements? So let's create an order and see an example all the way from the beginning. Order type, OR. Sales area, 1000, 10, 00. Some customer and some material. Let's put a weird quantity, say 53. Just so that we can refer back to it and remember that number later when we see the requirement list. Now go to schedule lines and check that the schedule line is confirmed. It is confirmed. So go back now and save the order. What is the order number? 13603. Go to transaction MD04. MD04. What is the material? Material M01. And what's the plant we have placed the order for? 1200. The list that you see here, the big list, it is the list of all the MRP elements associated with this material for the plant 1200. In this case, it's a list of order numbers. Do you see them? Order number, line item. Any order for a physical goods will transfer the requirements to MRP. What does a requirement look like? This is what the requirement looks like. There is a requirement for this material on this date and against what? This order number. And of course this line item. And how much is that for? When you double click each of these line items, you see the type of requirement. Do you see that? Sale from stock. Now, what was our original order? 13603. Keep scrolling through these requirements and you should be able to see it. You see? This is the one. 13603. And what's the quantity? 53. Line number 100. This is an example of a requirement. MRP would work on the requirements from this list. This entire list that you see here is all the list of requirements for this material M01. We're only talking about one material. So far, MRP has not been run for this material. So that's why you see such a huge list. All the orders created for M01. Once MRP has picked up a requirement and processed it, it will be gone from this list. We're not worried about running MRP. Why? Because it's not an SD thing. If you are learning MM or especially PP, production planning, that's when you would learn more about MRP, how to run it for single material, multiple material, etc., etc. All we have to do as SD consultants is to understand that there is a process called MRP and it would work on requirements from MD04, the requirement list. And this is how a sales requirement would look like. Now, what if some of the quantity is not available? That's when the system goes on a back order, right? That was the very first thing that we understood. When some or all of the quantity that is scheduled for a later date than what the customer has asked for, that's called a back order. There are situations where this process would require manual intervention. We will talk about them now. One situation could be like this. Say there is a stock of 100 of material M01. So there is an order 13603 for a quantity of 53. As soon as this order is placed, the first thing is the requirement is passed on to MRP and you can view it in MD04. The second thing is, out of the available stock of 100, the quantity of 53 will be reserved. Stock is reserved. So subtract 53 and the available stock now becomes 47. So this quantity 47 now is also called unrestricted stock, meaning something that's readily available for the next customer. Now, think about scenarios like this. Another order 13064, previously it was 63, now it is 64, comes in for a quantity of say 100. And what happens now? There is only a quantity of 47 that's available, right? So SAP will split up this 100 in the second order into two schedule lines. Number one, confirming a quantity of 47 because that's already readily available as unrestricted stock. The second line item or second schedule line item will be created for 53, 100 minus 47. And that is for a future date. Remember our definition? This type of order is called a back order. When some or all of the quantity is not available, the system will push the delivery dates to a future date when the stock will become available. That's called our back order. So far, so good. Order is saved. Say this order is created on November 25th. On November 26th, say some unexpected stock has come in from a vendor. Say quantity of 100. Now, on November 26th, another order 13605. This is the third order. Okay? 603, 604, 605. The third order is created for a quantity of 10. What happens now? Now some unexpected stock has come in, right? So now stock has suddenly become available. Now, what happens to the previous order? The current order will get reserved because there is stock available. The third order, 13605, will get reserved. But what about the order created on November 25th, the previous day, that we have put on back order because that quantity was not available? Because the quantity was not available the previous day, so it had to go on back order. The question now is, should this order be given preference here? Like first come, first serve in a supermarket queue. Or will this order, the order created the next day, take over? What is the system reaction? Well, it does not bother about the previous day's order. SAP only looks forward. Meaning, if fresh stock has come in that is not expected, then it will allocate it to future orders only. By default, it will not bother to look back at all the previous back-ordered sales orders. Remember, this is only the case for unexpected inbound deliveries. If the same delivery, the delivery that happened on 26th, is expected, it would already have been confirmed for the previous order. Meaning, SAP can only play fair, it does play fair, but it has to have a knowledge of the incoming stock from a vendor. If it is unexpected, it doesn't know what to do. If it is expected, it plays fair and allocates it on a first come, first serve basis. But you might say that's not fair, right? I agree. I totally agree. Irrespective of whether stock is expected or unexpected, we kind of expect SAP to rejig its requirements and allocate stock based on a first come, first serve basis, right? First come, first serve basis, right? Can this be achieved? Yes, this can be achieved. There is a batch process called rescheduling. The transaction for this is V_V2. Typically, you don't need to worry about a transaction for this because it's always scheduled as a batch process. You have a variety of parameters to run this transaction, like material, plant, stock type, etc., etc. The details are not very important here. What I want you to do is just understand the concept behind rescheduling and why rescheduling is used. The business scenario when rescheduling is used. Every night, rescheduling will be run. And what does rescheduling do? When the stock situation changes, it shuffles and sorts the stock with just one goal. What is it? Doing justice to older orders, the ones that stood first in the queue. This is rescheduling. Now you might have a question here. Why am I stressing the fact that this is a batch process? You can very well run this as a typical transaction, right? Just run it, v underscore va, execute it. Can you do that? Technically you can, but you don't want to do it. Why is that? So what does rescheduling do? It goes through all the back orders as of a date, picks all the orders that have been confirmed after that date, check if any new stock that is unexpected has come in, and reshuffles them to ensure that older orders are given preference. Right? So imagine a company doing 1,000 orders a day. That's a very modest number. But still, rescheduling on such a small number is a massive load on the system. Now imagine what it has to go through. It has to go through a whole bunch of transactions and apply all the intelligent logic to come to the conclusion. What conclusion? That these older orders need to be confirmed first, and these newer orders need to be back ordered based on the new stock situation. Now, you don't want to run this during the day because it places such a huge load on the system. There's a lot of computation that has to happen. So depending on the volume, the system might become unresponsive. So you don't want the users to suffer because of rescheduling. That's why this is typically done at night as a batch process. So that was rescheduling. There is another process called backorder processing. Backorder processing. This one is more of an ad hoc manual step, whereby you go and specifically unallocate stock to one order and allocate it to another. The transaction for this is v underscore RA. All you have to do is select the material for which you want to manually do the allocation. Then select your sales document. When you do that, SAP gives you the list of all the back orders against your selection criteria. Select the line item you're interested in and click on back orders. What it does is actually open MD04 and show you the entries in blue. For example, there is order A and order B. Order B has a confirmed quantity of 10. But order A was issued yesterday, and say the same quantity 10 was back ordered because stock was not available as of yesterday. Rescheduling typically corrects this problem. So if order B, the newer order, was wrongly allocated stock, but say for example, if you are not satisfied with the way rescheduling was run, or for some reason you want to manually adjust the stock allocation, like in this case, allocate the quantity of 10 from order B to order A. You go to v underscore RA, select your material, select both these orders, order A and order B, and then execute. It will take you to MD04 and then highlight both these orders. Now, when you select that element, click on Change Confirmation. Which order would you select? Order B is allocated and order A is not. Right? This is what you want to change. So you first select order B because that's the one that has been confirmed. And click on change confirmation. Okay. And then you can change the confirmed quantity. For example, you take order B and it has an allocated quantity of 10. You can reduce the quantity to any number you like. How do you do that? You put a new confirmed quantity in this field. Say for example, you want to reduce the allocation from 10 to 5. Once you release the quantity of 5 from order B, it will go into the general pool. Once it goes into the general pool, then you have to open the other order, order A, and allocate that stock based on the quantity available in the general pool. There are so many options available in the back order processing screen. I don't want you to really focus on all the options here. Just focus on one thing. Stock allocated or confirmed for one order can be deallocated and brought back to unrestricted stock. Or stock available in unrestricted stock can be reallocated to a sales order that's back ordered. Overall though, understand the basics of these two processes: back order processing and rescheduling. Understand the differences between them. Understand when each of them should be used. Rescheduling is an automatic nightly batch process that automatically allocates and deallocates stock from orders based on priority. Back order processing is an ad hoc manual process. It can also allocate and deallocate stock from sales orders based on the available ATP quantity. For example, you want to allocate more stock to Walmart or Walmart's orders than some other customer, XYZ customer. Take all the orders for the other customer, deallocate however much you want to reassign to Walmart, and this puts the stock back into the general unrestricted pool. Then pull up the Walmart orders, the unallocated orders. They can now be allocated more stock based on the new availability situation after the reshuffle of orders from the other customer. Once again, don't focus too much on the steps listed here. Just focus on the concepts. What each of these processes does, which one is a manual process, and which one is a batch process, and what happens in either of these processes. It's a very mechanical business process. Only the users who work on this on a daily basis would understand this business process better. Even the users would take some time to understand how to really reshuffle stock and all the business processes that we have discussed just now. And to get accustomed to these transactions and screens, it takes some time. The users typically understand the stock situation better. They would have a better idea basically on how to play with stock like this. Since you're just starting off in SD, don't worry about actually doing them in the system. Just focus on the concepts. That is,
We are going to talk about a theoretical subject. You don't have to do anything in SAP, but you have to understand the concept. The topic being the system landscape. So what is a landscape? This is a term that is specifically used in SAP. A landscape means how the different environments in SAP are stacked together and how they are interconnected. When you just get started with SAP, you might think that there is only one system. But if you have any level of SAP or IT experience in general, you would understand that there are different systems supporting the main production system. Call it a development system, staging system, quality system, pre-production system, so on and so forth. They are also called environments. So quality environment, staging environment, pre-production environment, development environment, so on and so forth. An environment is just a fancy name for an SAP instance. We are going to talk about a very minimal landscape, and then we'll move on to describe more complicated examples. The minimum landscape that I am talking about has three systems: development system, quality system, production system. What is the role of each of these systems now? A development system is an instance of SAP where you can do configuration, which is anything under SPRO. And in the same development system, your ABAP consultant will be doing ABAP development. This will include programs, user exits, reports, and all the technical stuff. And in this environment, you also do unit testing. What is unit testing? For example, you create a new order type, say as a copy of OR, you create ZOR. This document type needs to be tested as to how it behaves when you create that order, how it behaves based on the configuration you have set. For example, if you have set the immediate delivery on for this flag, this document type, then when you test it by creating an order, the delivery should be created immediately. You are testing whether the expected functionality is working properly or not. When you do it at a smaller level of configuration, let's say a document type or a newly created item category or a newly configured copy control, this is called unit testing. As opposed to other kinds of testing, say systems testing, integration testing, full cycle testing, user acceptance testing, so on and so forth, which we are not worried about at this point. We will talk about testing in another class. So here are the basic things that you do in a development system. The next system is the quality system. When you log on in the SAP logon pad, this will be a totally different instance. You will select a different server and then click connect to it. So why does the quality system exist? When you are able to do so many things in a development system, why does the quality system exist in the first place? The primary roles or the primary things that you do in a quality system is let the users perform user acceptance testing. UAT stands for user acceptance testing. Second thing, you will do integration testing, which is a kind of testing that involves full life cycle plus interfaces. Think of it like a full-blown version of unit testing. You will do that, and you will also check for go live readiness. If you implement a particular piece of functionality, it's in the quality system that you make sure that things are as close to the production as possible. A development system is more rustic. It's not close to a production system. But a quality system is much more closer to a production system in terms of data, in terms of configuration, test data, so on and so forth. We'll talk about go live readiness when we talk about this SAP project lifecycle. And finally, we have the production system. This is the real thing. This is where users will actually be creating sales orders, looking at reports, performing deliveries, billing, so on and so forth. The data here is the actual business data. No dummy data, no testing. You will not be given access to the system in a write mode. Meaning, you cannot do a VA01. You meaning you as a functional consultant. You cannot do any of this stuff. You cannot create anything here. But you're supposed to see what's happening there. That's why you'll be given VA03, VL03, all kinds of display transactions. So you as a functional consultant will be given display access to production. So who will be doing these transactions? Create and change? Your users. These are the people for which you are configuring the system based on their business requirements. So no testing in a production system. A production system contains the actual data. Users will be creating orders day in and day out in the production system. They will not create orders here. They will not create orders here. These are all supporting systems for the final system. which is the production system. Alright, let's go a little bit deeper into our sandbox and understand the components in a development system. Sometimes the development system is also called the sandbox, but we'll understand the different components of a development system. Once again, you have to understand what is meant by a client. We have talked about client a couple of times already, but I'll just briefly go over what a client is. When you log in to SAP, say select your server and click on connect. Type in your username, password, blah blah blah, and the default client here is 800. So what does this client really mean? Do we have an option? Can you choose something else? Yes. If you have the password, you can choose another client. So what is this client? Every system will have one or more than one client. Not every system, every development system. Quality and production will only have one client. But every development system will have more than one client. And the client that we have logged into here is client number 800. So go to System, Status, and then you'll see that the client is 800. Are there more clients in this instance? Yes. Go to SCC4. The transaction is SCC4. Click OK, and then you'll have a whole bunch of clients. 000, 001, 800, 810, so on and so forth. These are all the different clients that you can log into if you have the required authorization. But in a real system, you will never have 800. This is something that you have to remember. When you go to a project, you will never have 800 as a client. 800 is always an IDES client meant only for learning. So in a real project, your development system will comprise of at least 2 clients. One is called a sandbox client. The second is called a golden client. A sandbox client could be represented by, let's say, 100, and a golden client could be represented by 200, or any numbers. Generally it will be like 100, 120, 140, 200, so on and so forth. And then you see a lock here. That means that this client is locked. But what good is a client if it is locked? And what is meant by this lock? A golden client is a client where no master data exists. That is, if you go to VD03 and try to look for customers, they don't exist. If you go to VA03 and look for previously created sales orders or quotations, they don't exist. So a gold client is locked for creating master data or transactions. Well, you can create them, but you are not supposed to create them. So please be very careful when you do anything in your project in a golden client. Make sure You don't create any master data or transaction data. Think of it like a thumb rule that you can never break. Okay, and the second thing, this is only used by functional consultants. Only functional consultants will be given access to the golden client. So what do you do there? Only functional consultants can get access to this, and you are not supposed to create master data and transaction data. So what else do you do in a golden client? Well, anything in SPRO can be done here. Enterprise structure, customer account group, pricing configuration, anything in SPRO can be done here, and that's the only thing that is done there. And anything that you do needs to generate a TR, a transport request, as we know. And a golden client is the originator of customizing transports. I said customizing transports, as opposed to another type of transport called a workbench transport that we're going to talk about in a bit. So all customizing transports. Customizing transports means anything that you do under SPRO will originate here, and there will be a unique TR for it. Example, you create a new company code. You go to SPRO, enterprise structure, create a new company by copying an existing company code, save it. The system will create a new transport request, and that will be a unique transport request that originates in a golden client. So whenever you want to create a new company code, new configuration in pricing, you always go to the golden client in the dev system. So what does a sandbox has to do? A sandbox is where you can do configuration, where you can do customization, meaning write code, you can do master data, you can do anything in a sandbox. A sandbox is a play box. Alright? A sandbox is a play box. You can do basically anything in it. So it's a testing environment. Remember, unit testing. You can create sample data, you can create customers, materials, orders, test them, you can create thousands of them, you can do whatever you want there. Sometimes even system testing is done there. Apart from unit testing, you do full life cycle testing also in a sandbox. Because in order to really test something, you need master data, and that's not available in a golden client. Remember? Only sandbox can have master data or transactions. And the second thing is workbench requests originate here. So what is this workbench? Anything that is not configuration but has a transport request. Example, you create a Z report, a custom report. You meaning your ABAP consultant. It will not create a customizing transport request, but it will create a workbench transport request. Alright? So that's the difference between a sandbox and a gold client. These are, like I said, logically separated by a different client number. A sandbox will have a different client number, a golden client will have a different client number. And there are two ways in which you can replicate the configuration from a sandbox to a golden client. Let's say you wanted to create a new order type from OR, ZOR. But when you create it, you need to test it and make sure everything works. So you go to SPRO, IMG, sales and distribution, blah blah blah, go to OR, make a copy of it, create ZOR, and it creates a TR. And after that, you create some orders. Using some master data, you create some orders in the sandbox, all in the sandbox. You test it for a couple of hours or days, make sure everything is working according to your requirements. Then finally, you want to take it forward to the quality system. How do you do it? Remember, this is a customizing transport request, meaning something that you do under SPRO. So generally, you replicate that entire piece of configuration in the golden client, because customizing transport requests can only originate here. Remember, they can be done here, but you can do nothing out of it except test. If you want to take it forward to quality system, you have to do the configuration here. One way to do it is to replicate everything here, meaning you again go to SPRO in the golden client, IMG, blah blah blah, go to OR, make a copy of OR called ZOR, and then create a transport request. This is called manual replication from the sandbox to the golden client. Manual replication is just a fancy word for do it again manually. There is another transaction called SCC1 that you can execute here, whereby if you specify this transport request of the source system, the entire configuration that you have done for against this transport request will be pulled into the target system. This is called pulling in the transport request from one client to another. You as a functional consultant can do it yourself. So between clients in an instance, the clients here being sandbox, gold client, and the instance being dev, you can either replicate the configuration or use SCC1 to pull the transport from one system, one client to another. Now, that's the deal with customizing transports. What about workbench transports, meaning anything related to code? Your ABAPers will not be given access to gold client, so where will they do their configuration, their transport requests? They'll do their transports in a sandbox. So all workbench request transport or transport requests originate in a sandbox. All golden clients will only contain customizing requests. So customizing requests originate here, workbench requests originate here, and they move to the next system, which is a quality system. Now, and then from that point on, after UAT is done here, they move to a production system after validation. If the user says fine, we move it to a production system. Now, we are talking only about a 3-system landscape: Dev, QA, PRD. Can you do more systems? Can you have more systems in your landscape? Yes. You can have more systems, specifically when parallelly a project is going on. Let me give you an example. There is a company, ABC Electronics. They are on SAP and they have these three different instances: Dev, QA, PRD. Now this ABC Electronics has acquired a new company called XYZ Electronics, and they wish to incorporate their business processes, meaning XYZ Electronics business processes should be incorporated into ABC Electronics. So it's a project in itself. So how do you do it? You don't do it all together on a dev system. You start with a new development system. This is dev. Call it dev 1 or DE1. Do all your configuration here and then move it to a new quality system. Make sure everything is tested here, and once it is done, then you move it here and then here and then here. Now, if you don't understand this as to why it is done, that's absolutely fine. Don't worry about it. It's not really important. Your primary focus should be these three different systems: Dev, QA, PRD. Dev, QA, PRD. The rest of them are not very important at this point. Now, it's not just Dev, QA, PRD of ECC. There is CRM, there is SRM, there is APO, so on and so forth. Many different instances. And each of these instances, each production system in ECC, CRM, so on, will have their own 3-system landscape or 5-system landscape. So if a company is implementing ECC and CRM, at the least, it should have 6 systems. 1, 2, 3 for ECC and 4, 5, 6 for CRM. Okay. Now there is another product from SAP called the Solution Manager, which apart from doing other things can do licensing, patching, administration and monitoring of so many different systems. So if you take a big company, say Apple, Best Buy, Dell, they'll have so many different systems that it's very difficult to license, to do patching, to do administration, monitoring of so many different systems individually. So SAP has come up with a product called the Solution Manager, which can take care of managing all the different instances from a single point. Okay? So that should be enough for you at this point to learn more about, to understand what a system landscape is. So in summary, we have learned what is a system landscape. We have talked a little bit about Gold Client, Sandbox, and briefly about Solution Manager. Alright guys, thank you. Bye.
Okay, wonderful. So project life cycle. What is project life cycle? SAP project life cycle. Now, any project, SAP project, .NET project, Java project, has a life cycle. If you guys are from a software engineering background, you would understand what a life cycle means. It's also called SDLC, Software Development Life Cycle. The SAP project life cycle is also very similar. Only thing is the terminology is a little different. And the purpose of this class is to go over the SAP specific terminology and SAP specific project methodology and life cycle. Okay, but in your mind, if you have already read SDLC, if you know the typical waterfall model, you can relate it to it. If you do not understand the SDLC life cycle, then you can just follow my lead. No worries. Okay. At a high level, these are the 5 steps in a project life cycle. Project initiation, requirements, blueprint, realization, go live. Now, I have simplified things down and only giving you 5 steps. As we go forward to the next set of slides, we'll go step by step into each of these. Like I said, these series of steps are very similar to a typical project life cycle. Nothing different. The regular waterfall model of project initiation, requirement gathering, functionals, high-level design, low-level design, and then realization means implementation, and then go live is go live. So same steps, no difference. Only the terminology here is different. Where they are different, for example, blueprint is generally divided in a typical SDLC life cycle into high-level design, low-level design. That's how it's called in a typical Java project or a .NET project. In SAP, there are different words for it, and one of the main word is called blueprint. I'm going to talk about it in the next set of slides. Realization, again, a very SAP specific word. In the general SDLC life cycle, realization could be called implementation or coding, words like that. Okay, these are some of the parallels that you can draw with your SDLC life cycle. Okay, next slide. So let's go step by step. First step in the high level is project initiation, right? So what does a project initiation comprise of? It comprises of 4 steps. Scope definition, estimation, staffing, licensing. There could be other steps. There are some other steps that are very specific to a project. But at a minimum, you'll have these 4 steps. So let's take an example. Here is Dell. We have been taking the example of Dell, right? So we'll continue with that example. Dell already has implemented SAP. Now, Dell is purchasing a small company, say, which specializes in making accessories. Okay? Dell has purchased this company, and this company is also selling some other products, right, like accessories. Their sales products need to be incorporated into Dell's process. So they are selling some products like some accessories like hard drive uh, and maybe some covers, maybe some um, vanity covers, or some products they are selling, some accessories, right? We're related to the PC, and since Dell is in the PC industry, Dell has brought this company, ABC company. Now, another example could be that you can think of is Compaq and HP were merged together at one point in time, maybe 7 years back, 8 years back, if you remember. Compaq and HP. That could be another example. In which case, either of these cases, all these products now need to be sold through Dell's business process. But Dell's SAP system is not configured to deal with these products yet. So, this is a new project. Example of a new project. So, this project, somebody in Dell, like a project manager, will initiate, or a big guy, very big guy, will initiate the project. That is called project initiation. Okay, now we need to do this. We need to incorporate these products into the Dell's SAP SD. So what do we need to do? So what first thing that he does is he will form a team that will define the scope. Very small team, 5 members, 3 members, very small team. They will define the scope of the project, meaning, okay, what are we going to do in this project and what we are not going to do. This is very important. What we are going to do, what we are not going to do. As an example, we are going to do in SD, we are going to do incorporate these products into the sales process. That is in scope. Okay. In the scope definition, this is what is defined. What is in scope? Okay. Sales processes of all these products. Okay. Master data. So on and so forth. Then this team will explicitly identify the out scope also. What is out scope? Out of scope. Let's say this company is interfacing with another company or another vendor for some products or something. And Dell thinks that this is obsolete, no longer required. So they'll say, interface 1, out of scope. We don't need to represent that in Dell. We don't need to bring that into Dell. And maybe outdated customers need not be brought into Dell. Outdated materials need not be brought into Dell. So on and so forth. You define the out of scope activities so that the project can be clearly measured and identified. So you know what is going to be done, what is not going to be done. Very, very important document. Then step number 2 is estimation. What are we estimating? We are estimating how long it takes to complete this project. And how is estimation done? Okay, how much configuration is required? How much coding is required? How much user training is required? But they will the team will estimate how many man hours it will take to complete all the activities listed in the scope of the project. Whatever has been listed in the scope of the project will be estimated for the number of man hours, and that estimation document will be created, which will contain, okay, ABAP we require 3000 man hours, SD we require 650 man hours, we require 1000 man hours, so on and so forth. The next step is staffing. Okay, we know what we require, how many hours we require. Now we need to find somebody to do that amount of work. That is the third step, staffing. So we'll go out and get this consultant, two SD consultants, two consultants, 3 ABAP consultants, so on and so forth, depending on how early we want to finish the project. Right? Example, for SD, let's say the total estimation is 3200 man hours. Now, in order to do staffing, what would we do? We will say, okay, per month, per day, somebody SD consultant will spend 8 hours. Per week, 40 hours. How many hours in the 1 month? Let's say 4 weeks. 4 is 4 fours, 160 hours. So per month, a person in an SD consultant can spend 160 hours. Total estimate is 3200. And in the scope definition and project initiation, we will also define by what target date we have to complete the project. Let's say 6 months. In 6 months, we have to complete this project. The effort estimation is 3200 hours. If you want to complete the project in 6 months, how many SD consultants are required? So each consultant per month can do 160 hours. Okay. So 3200 man hours divided by 6 is 6 5 30. Roughly 500 and something man hours. Per month, we require 500 man hours of work to be done. Each consultant can do 160. So how many consultants are required? 500 by 160. Roughly around 3 to 4 SD consultants. If we have, then at a rate of 160 man hours a month, the project can be completed in 3200 man hours in 6 months. Generally, that's how staffing is done. The next thing is licensing. Licensing means how many SAP licenses have to be bought, how many production licenses we need, how many other product licenses we need, and then hardware, sizing, so on and so forth. Many different things happen. But we are interested in these high-level activities only. 4 high-level activities. Okay, this is project initiation. So after project initiation, we have a team, and then we are ready to start the project. Let's say there are 3 SD consultants, Mithal, Prajna, and Furkan. Okay, and then maybe one lead, and that lead, let's say it is Siva. Siva is the SD lead. We need total 4 people. Siva is the SD lead, and the team comprises of Furkan, Mithal, and Pragya. And then we have an MM team, similarly FICO team, ABAP team, so on and so forth. Now, the second major milestone is requirements gathering. So what do you do in requirements gathering? Let's say we are all part of a team, you, me, and Furkan. The first thing is we'll say, okay, identify the super users. Identify the super users. Who is a super user? A super user is somebody who is responsible for a small set of business process. Say, master data, customer master, one super user will be there. I'll just write it down. So overall, if you identify the business process, master data, pricing, OTC, interfaces, so on. So master data, Mary, Louise, Gary, these are the people responsible for that particular business process. And Alice, and give me another name. Why am I short of names?
Pragya.
No, she's in the team, right? We need super users.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Pragya is part of our team. You want to give her away?
No. Jean.
I want her in my team. So give me another name.
Or Jean or whatever.
Oh, Genie. Very good. Genie in the bottle. Now, these are the super users. Next thing is, second step, we set up workshops. In the requirement gathering, the second step is we set up workshops. What is a workshop? There will be 5 workshops, let's say. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1 for each. 1 for master data, 2 for pricing, 3 for OTC, 4 for interfaces, 5 for so on and so forth. So I will say, okay, master data and pricing. Okay, Pragya, Mithal. 3 and 4. 3 and 4 is OTC and interfaces. Mithal and Furkan. Okay, 5 Genie. 5 whatever it is. This will be Pragya only. Let's say. So these are the responsibilities given to you guys. So what we will do is, each of you depending. So what does Pragya have? She has to do. She is responsible for master data, pricing, and the 5th component. Mithal is responsible also for master data, pricing, and OTC and interfaces. Maybe Furkan is responsible for interfaces. Mithal is responsible for OTC. So we will divide it up. And Pragya will set up meeting with Mary and Jeannie so that the times don't clash. Okay, Monday morning, 8 to 12 p.m., 8 to 12 noon, master data, 1 class, 1 workshop. We will invite Mary. We'll set up an Outlook meeting with her and invite Mary to a meeting room where she will explain what is the master data that she does in that company. She will explain that to us. And Pragya and Mithal will take a pen and paper and start noting things down. if they have any questions, if you guys have any questions, you can ask Mary. Okay, how about this? What is account group? What fields are required there? Blah, blah, blah. You will ask questions if you have, and she will answer your questions. You make notes. That notes you should not lose. Okay? It's not like training notes. Huh? It's very important. So, like that, you will complete all the workshops. Okay? The third step is playbacks. What is a playback? It's not like playback singer. You don't have to sing. But you would have to present it to the users. Some companies call it playback. Some companies call it, reverse KT, different kinds of things. But the bottom line is, you have to present all of that stuff, whatever you have created, make a PowerPoint and then show it to them. Okay, this is what we understood out of your business process meeting. Are we right? Because they are the experts. We are just mirroring their understanding. That's it. Right? Then they will go back and forth. They'll produce some suggestions, and then finally, your understanding will be confirmed. Okay, yes, this is what our process is. And then the next step, the third major milestone is blueprint preparation. What is a blueprint? A blueprint is a document prepared by you. How many blueprints will be prepared in this case? One blueprint for master data. One blueprint for OTC cycle. Meaning how many documents need to be created, what kind of document flow is required, blah, blah, blah. How many item categories, etc. The third thing is pricing. How to integrate their products into our pricing strategy, so on and so forth. Let's say three different blueprints will be created. It could be one blueprint which combines all the three aspects, or it could be 10 blueprints which split each individual activity into a blueprint. That depends on the nature of the project and how big that project is. If it is a small $1 million project, then all of this will be done in one document. If it is a $20 million project, then you might require 10 documents because the scope is big. Okay, the blueprint preparation, and then second important, it's a Word document, by the way, nothing special. It's a normal Word document in which you write down their business process as is and to be. Okay, as is meaning as it is right now, and to be. To be means, okay, we are going to do it like this. We want to do it like this. Understood the point? As is and to be. And that's a blueprint. Blueprint is generally a to be. Optional is as is. You can clearly specify as is the process is like this. So I'm just trying to write it down. As is meaning as is it is like this. To be meaning we want the users want this to be like this. As is optional. To be is what a blueprint is. Okay. As is you can put it just as an optional thing. Okay, currently it's happening like this, but this is what the users want. The second step is sign off. What is a sign off? The users need to sign off on the blueprint that you have prepared. This is just a safety precaution. Okay, so that the users understand and users confirm that yes, this is blueprint is correct. This is what we really want it to be. It is similar to a playback. Only in playback they verbally confirm it. In a sign off they actually confirm it on paper. Meaning you'll send a blueprint document to the users. The users will go through it, send corrections, and finally they say, okay, master data document signed off. This document signed off, which is a physical confirmation from the user. Okay. Next step, realization. Now, we know what needs to be done. The user has confirmed that this is what needs to be done. And the realization is generally the biggest step, the largest step among these 5 steps. There are how many steps here? 6 steps. Let's start with the first step, functional specification. What is a functional specification? Based on the blueprint, let's say Mithal, Pragnya and Furkan have attended the blueprint. They prepared the blueprint. Now, the project manager has thought that maybe, as a lead, I thought maybe this is not enough. We need one more resource. So I'll talk to the project manager and say, boss, I think we are overloaded. There is a lot of work. Pragna, Mithal and Furkan cannot complete it by themselves. We need some help. So project manager will get another resource. That resource doesn't know what's going on. He will have to read your blueprints to understand what has happened until now. Okay, they will go through your blueprints and understand what has happened. So that is the reason why documents are prepared. Okay. Now, functional specification. What is the functional specification? Functional specification typically contains what needs to be done for that particular process that you defined in the blueprint to happen. I'll give you one simple example. In the blueprint, you specified that the master data needs to be configured in such a way that there are how many types of master data in this company. Okay, they have distributors, resellers, and end users. Okay, they have distributors, resellers, and end users. Distributors needs to have these set of fields, reseller needs to have these set of fields, so on and so forth. And then some other things. The distributor number range needs to start with this, reseller number range needs to start with this. This is all what you write in a blueprint document. Now, in a functional specification for master data, what do you write? You write about the configuration. Okay. For what is it? Number range. Okay. Account groups that need to be created 0001. Sorry, Z001. It needs to have these properties, blah blah blah. And Z0002. This is for distributors, and it needs to have these properties. This is the configuration document. You go to the configuration level and specify what are the steps that you need to do. That is called a functional specification. In between, there could be another step, which is technical specification. For example, in order to do this, let's say that only by configuration alone you cannot do it. You need some coding. Then your ABAP consultant will be engaged and he will be writing the specification which contains, okay, I have to write this piece of code in this user exit, in this program, so on and so forth. That's called a technical specification. In some projects, the functional specification and technical specification can be combined together into one document. In some projects, functional specification and technical specification is not combined, but they could be separate documents. It's a choice. But most of the cases, there will be one document. The first half will contain functional specification. The second half will contain technical specification. The functional specification will be filled up by the functional consultants like you, Pragnya, Mital, Furkan, and technical specification will be done by the technical guy. 1 second, guys, hold on. Hey, sorry. So we were talking about functional specifications and technical specifications, right? So we are complete with that, let's say. The documents are complete. And then the second step is the actual configuration, which will go parallelly or in parallel with the customization also. You will do the configuration according to what has been specified in the functional specification. And the ABAP consultant will start doing their bit of coding that is necessary to achieve that piece of functionality that you intended to achieve in the functional specification. Okay. Now, at this point, don't think too much about these two steps. I know you might start rolling off into what we do in SPRO, blah, blah, blah. But it's a very elaborate series of steps. If you think of a simple example, and then it will be easy for you. Something like a customer master. Okay. And if you start to think about more complicated business processes, then it could be big, definitely. Now let's say your configuration is done, your ABAP is done. What do you do? As soon as it's done, you do unit testing. What is unit testing? You are testing that small piece of functionality that you are trying to achieve here. Let's say the customer master, customer account group. Is that working fine? Next, maybe you want to test the order to cash only order. You have created a ZOR and you have created the item categories and schedule lines. Now you should test whether it is running properly or not. Is it running properly? That is called unit test. So you create some orders. Try to simulate some orders in the development system. See how it is working. Then the next piece of unit testing will be delivery creation. Okay, I have created these deliveries. First create order, then create this delivery. Is this working fine? That's called unit testing. Next we have integration testing. Integration testing means you not just test a particular piece of functionality, let's say order only. No. You do end-to-end testing, like, okay, order is created, order is coming in from interface 58, interface 36, which is the ordering interface. So from some place order is coming, sitting in here, this piece of functionality will be tested, order will be tested, delivery will be tested, billing will be tested, posting to accounts will be tested. This is one full life cycle. An integration test will involve a life cycle along with any interfaces. Maybe during delivery, some warehouse needs to be, an information needs to be sent to some external warehouse. Maybe during invoicing, some file needs to be sent out to the customer. Is this file sent out properly? Did the customer get the file? This is called integration testing. Okay. The next is UAT. What is UAT? User acceptance testing. User acceptance testing. So the user will be set up in a group. Users will come, or Mary, Jeannie, and Johnny, they will all come. Each particular piece of functionality will be tested by them with your help, of course. And they will ask questions, they will ask for modifications, and finally they'll say, okay, good to go, sign off. We are signing off on this process. Yes, it is working. UAT is generally done for sign off. Users has to sign off on the process saying, yes, it is working fine. Then finally go live. Go live is where you take the system live. Right? You take the system live. Everything is done. Configuration is fine. The user said that you have configured it fine. Now you have to take the system live. Now that you are confident that whatever had to be done has been done, what is the next steps? First step is data migration. So this company that Dell has bought has some data, right? That data like customer, material, orders, that data needs to be brought into the system. Yes, right? That is called data migration. Data migration is a topic in itself. So let's not get too overwhelmed by it. Tomorrow's topic is going to be live data migration. So I'm going to talk about the detailed steps that are necessary for migrating data. Step by step, I will go into the process. It's called cutover activity. Okay. One of the cutover activity is data migration. Let me put it that way. Okay. I'll discuss cutover activities in detail tomorrow, same time. The next step is user training. The users have to be trained on the business process. Okay. Right now, you are doing a customer master like this in your system, non-SAP system, let's say. Right now, you are doing your business sales order like this, so on and so forth. Going forward, you have to do it like this. Like this user training, like this data migration, so on and so forth. Okay. The next step is go live. So somebody has to do the go live, right? So you have to actually take it live. So generally, this happens over weekend. So the users will go on a Friday, go have a blast, good party, and you guys will be slogging over the weekend in a dungeon, in a room, the project room, doing preparations for go live. Like, okay, what are the activities that need to be done? What are the sequence of activities you need to do? Because you cannot do in a random order. It has to be done in a specific sequence, right? And then the master data needs to be migrated, transaction data needs to be migrated, and even before all of that, configuration needs to be migrated. Even configuration needs to go step by step. Again, as part of cutover activities, tomorrow I will be discussing the go live cutover activities in detail. Okay, let's say the system has gone live. Then enter hypercare. Hypercare is a specific phase that generally lasts for 1 to 4 weeks. System, there will be lots of problems initially. It's a big system change for the users, right? So there will be lots of problems. This will not work right. That will not work right. It's like doing a marriage. Always there will be problems. Something is missing here, something is missing there. So there needs to be somebody who
bad example,
has to.
Bad example, Shiva.
No? Hello?
Yeah, I was saying that was a bad example. You're trying to scare me again.
Oh, marriage, huh? Okay. That makes sense.
Got scared. We are married. We got scared.
Don't go there, Shiva.
Okay. Sure. No problem. I'll not go there. It's like doing a what? What example can I give you? Any project, so after the project is done.
This is just the support, right?
Hypercare is a specific phase of support, but overall it's support, yes.
Yeah.
It is different from the other parts of support, like general overall support. It's not that. Hypercare means a very specific support that is offered immediately after. It's like doing an operation. Okay, you have done an operation, the preparation is done, the actual operation is done, The patient has been operated on, the stitches have been applied, and then the patient is resting in the ICU. So think of hypercare as the ICU, where we take special care of that because he has just been operated on. So we take special care. Anything that
This
comes
is
up
also called as
immediately.
the warranty, right? We used to call that in our testing projects, the warranty period.
Warranty period. Yes.
Yeah.
Hypercare again is a very specific. For example, there could be an extended warranty for 6 months. Okay. That could be also called warranty. But hypercare is a very specific, like ICU care only. You take care of the project like a baby. The patient is very sick, something could happen, anything could happen. Make sure that you do everything in your capacity to ensure that the project goes smoothly, and any errors that come up will be fixed immediately. And that phase is generally very small. You don't keep the patient in the ICU for long, 1 to 4 weeks. And after that, starts the handoff. What is a handoff? Handoff is where, okay, the project has, the client has an internal team of people, or they have hired other people. So you hand it off to that user. And finally, close the project. Close means you close the project. Okay, everything is done. You take all the sign-offs. You take a big party from the users. If it is successful, if it is failure, then other things will happen. But 99% it will be a success. So the project will be closed and your task will be done. And after that, like Furkan was saying, general support activities will start. Like we need somebody to support that project every day on a day-to-day basis, and those support activities will start happening. This is the overall life cycle of the project. Overall life cycle. Okay. So let me stop here and see if you have any questions. Furkan, Mital, Pragna. Do you have any questions in general?
Shiva, just want to know what topic was this, because I was not able to join in time, sir.
This is
SAP?
the project life cycle. SAP project life cycle.
So this is a typical SDLC model, right?
Yes, that was what I was trying to compare it against at the initial first slide. Just terminology is different, but ultimately it's the same SDLC, just different words.
Okay.
Okay. Well, you think about the questions. Tomorrow we'll also meet at the same time, and we will be talking about. Sorry, hold on. Okay. Today we are going to discuss project cutover activities. When we discuss the project life cycle as part of a go live, which is step number 5, cutover is one of the subtasks. We are going to discuss about cutover in detail in this session. The reason why we are going to focus so specifically on cutover is there is a lot of interview questions that come as far in cutover activities. This is one area where people test whether you really have experience or not. So that's why I'm focusing on cutover activities. All right. So what is a cutover? In order to understand a cutover, let's take some examples. Okay. Now here is a legacy system. What is the legacy system? The system that existed in that company previous to the implementation of SAP. So from the legacy system, examples could be mainframe system or other ERP. We could have many examples of ERPs. What other examples of ERPs? Like expandable, Microsoft Dynamics, so on and so on. From a legacy system, when we are migrating to SAP, we migrate their entire business processes, including master data, transactional data, and custom configuration, so on and so forth. So what goes on from here to here is we migrate, number one, business processes. The same order, is say rush order, was created here, and now it's created in the SAP system. Similarly, master data. The same customer Walmart existed in the legacy system. The same customer Walmart now needs to be created in SAP. Transactional data. Say on March 5th, the cutover is happening and the users are going to use SAP system going forward on as of March 5th. So as of March 5th, the legacy system is going out. So as of that date, there might be orders, there might be deliveries that might still be pending in the legacy system. All of them need to be transferred over to the SAP space, that is transactional data. So the business processes need to be migrated, master data needs to be migrated, transactional data needs to be migrated. How do you maintain the business? How do you migrate the business process? You do configuration. So you configuration and customization. So you don't migrate configuration, but you rather redo them in SAP. Because the way a particular piece of order is created in legacy system is different from the way it's done in SAP. So you redo all of that in SAP using SPRO, and some piece of coding, requirements, routines, blah, blah, blah. So configuration and customization needs to be created in the system in SAP as of March 5th. Master data needs to be migrated from legacy. Transactional data needs to be migrated from legacy. At a high level, these are the key activities that should be performed. Now, as we go forward, we'll see what are the how each of them should be done, and we'll go into the details of each of these three steps. Now, that was cutover. Now, why is every cutover different? Every cutover activity is different, meaning although the general principle is the same, every cutover activity is different because the way cutover needs to be done cannot be set in stone and say, yes, follow these three steps and you're done. No. You have to make some decisions and see if any extra steps has to be done, see if some steps can be eliminated. so on and so forth. If you take the same example, some legacy system they are migrating to SAP. Some decisions have to be made. For example, whether transactional data needs to be brought into SAP or not. What kind of decision can you make at that point? Why transactional data needs to be brought up? For example, there are orders for the past 6 months. So October, November, December, January, February, March. The orders have been for the past 6 months. Do they need to be brought over? Sometimes yes, sometimes no. It is based on the discretion of you and the user community. They might say that we need at least 6 months of orders. In which case you will be responsible for bringing the data. Sometimes you might say, no, it's given the timelines, we might not be able to bring in 6 months of data. Only we will bring in live data. I'll talk about live data in a bit. So every cutover activity is different. If you do it in real time, you will understand it. But as of now, just remember that. Okay. So there are like 7 or 8 steps in cutover activity. These are not set in stone again. I have just highlighted all the steps that are necessary in a cutover activity. Some steps could be skipped, some steps cannot be skipped. Like I said, depending on the nature of the cutover, some of the steps are done, some of the steps are not done. But in a general cutover, most of the steps are followed in a big project. Okay, as usual, with any step, the first step is the planning. Cutover planning. What is cutover planning? What are the steps that are involved? I'll just skip to the section where the details are coming up. Okay, so this is the total 7 steps: planning, system setup, configuration move, transaction, workbench move, master data migration, transaction data migration, switch over to SAP, and then stop. 7 steps. Okay, let's go first over planning. So what is cutover planning? So we have to do a cutover. It will take some time. In big projects, very big ones, cutover can take 6 months. The activity itself is a project in itself. In smaller projects, this will take around 1 month. Again, in big projects, there will be a dedicated team handling cutover. In smaller projects, the same SD consultant has to do sales cutover activities. Consultant has to do material management cutover activities, so on and so forth. So at the beginning of the cutover activities, you define the general roadmap. Okay, how we are going to go about doing this cutover. So in the same example from legacy, we are going on to SAP. Let's say Dell is implementing SAP, one of the subdivisions. That legacy is going to go away and they're going to implement it in SAP. Right? So Dell is already on SAP. Dell has brought a subsidiary. Selling accessories, and they are on some legacy system, let's say. They need this, since Dell has purchased that company, they want to bring all their business processes into SAP so that they don't need to maintain 2 different systems. So this could be a big thing. maybe this subsidiary is doing $1 billion in business. This is a big company. So they need to take at least 4 months for that cutover to happen. So there will be tons of master data, transaction data, and business processes, right? So this subsidiary, this accessories company, running on a legacy system, say mainframe, has 50,000 customer masters, okay, 100,000 materials, so on and so forth. In terms of transactional data, let's say they do rush orders. The names could be different, but roughly, I'm just giving you some SAP equivalents. And they do cash sales, they do quotations, they do online sales, online orders, so on. Let's say 4 different order types, and then corresponding deliveries, invoices, so on and so forth. So as of March 5th, which is the cutover date, they have, let's say, 2,500 orders of online, rush orders 2,000, cash sales 1,000, quotations 5,000. All of them outstanding. As a general term, any outstanding orders that are, meaning orders that have been created but not billed yet, meaning maybe they are not delivered, maybe they are partially delivered, they have not been fully billed yet. So they are called live transactional data. Okay, live transactional data, meaning they need to be handled somehow. If the order has been invoiced and paid, then we don't need to bring that over. Few reasons to bring it over, although sometimes the customer insists that we bring them over. There are very few reasons why we should need to bring them over. In general, live data is the key data in terms of transactional data that needs to be brought over. The next is business processes. Okay, business process, what you have to configure. This is all configuration. Configuration and customization. SPRO and ABAP coding related things. So given this project backdrop, the project manager will look at the volumes. Okay, how many customers are we talking about? How many materials? How many orders? Any other customization that needs to be brought about, interfaces, data, so on and so forth. So a general roadmap will be defined. Okay, so which will include what? Staffing. Okay, given the severity of the data, how long is it going to take? It's going to take 6 months. What is our budget? We need to do it in 1 month. So, like I said, yesterday's man hours calculation, it takes 6 months to come, 6 months of man hours to complete this project, and we need to do it in 1 month. Obviously, we need additional staffing. So, additional staffing will be defined, and specific roles will be defined. Who is going to lead the effort? Who are going to work under him or her, and the corresponding responsibilities. One person will be responsible for master data. One person will be responsible for transactional data if it is a big project. Like I said, if it is a small project, the same person will be doing, the same consultant will be doing all the cutover activities within a month or half month. Okay, like there will be site lead in a big project like Dell example, $1 billion project, in which case there will be different countries, for example, the Dell accessories company that it has bought will have presence all over the world. So Americas, Europe, Asia. There will be different site leads. One site lead responsible for Americas, one support site lead responsible for Europe, one site lead for Asia. These site leads will be responsible for their respective data because America data could be different, Europe data could be different, their business process could be different. In very big projects I'm talking about. Okay. Next thing is war room setup for hypercare support. Now this is a step that is just planned at this point. It need not be exactly done. What is a war room? War room. War room means a typical setup without a war room would be, so there will be cubicles in the office, right? So there will be different cubicles in the office, and then they're always scattered. Every day you go for a meeting, you talk about the status, and then you go back to your work, go about doing your own stuff. You could do it at home, you could do it in your office or lawn or wherever. In a war room, however, what happens is everybody in the team that is responsible for this cutover, let's say, will be brought into a single conference room, because this is very critical that the cutover happen exactly the way that you have designed it. Everybody will be brought into a conference room. So depending on how big the project is, like if it is very big, then yeah, maybe there are 25 people. All of them will be brought into a conference room. Okay, let's say this conference room is somewhere in America. Where is Dell? Dell, let's say, is in Atlanta. I don't know where it is. I'm just taking an example. I think it's in Texas. Okay, so everybody will be brought to a conference room, and that's called a war room. Okay, so a conference number will be switched on, and the European team and the Asia team will join this conference call, and they will have to stay live for 8 or 9 hours a day. Why a war room? Because anytime there is a problem, there is some issue, there is some problem, everybody will be up there. So you can't say that I'm having an ice cream somewhere or I'm doing something else somewhere. Right? Everybody needs to be there, and they'll provide you refreshments and whatnot. Okay, pizzas for lunch and soda will be available. Everything will be available there. That's called a war room. Why is a war room done? So that things go at a much faster pace. Okay. Now this can be done as part of cutover planning at the very beginning of it, or this can be done at the very end of the cutover planning. Let's say your cutover planning itself is 6 months. So this is 0, this is 6. So 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, 5 months, no problem. But 6th month, for this 1 month or 15-day period, when everything needs to be done and finished up, then we'll start the war room. Here war room will start and end here. Okay. 1 second, guys. Hold on 1 second. All right, I'm back. So that's the war room. Okay. The second major step is the basic system setup. Okay, I'll keep talking about these different things, right? Like war room setup or master data setup. But like, if you don't understand some part of it, that's absolutely fine. You just have to understand the basic flow, the 7 steps that I talked about. And this is step number 2 that we are talking about right now. In terms of the details that go on during that step, if you don't understand some of the steps here and there, that's fine. You don't have to really worry about it because it's all theory. Unless you really face it, you won't understand it. And it might take some time for you to face that thing because not every project might have it. I'm giving it to you based on the years of experience that I have. So obviously it will be a little difficult for you to understand. So not to worry if you do not really understand some of the steps. Just soak in whatever you can. Whatever you're not able to soak in, just leave it. Okay, no worries. The second step is system setup. Okay, so the planning is done. We know how many people are there. What are the total activities that need to be done? All of that stuff is done. And the first thing is the production system needs to be set up. The major part of it, apart from the installation, licensing, patching, that will be done by the basis consultant. We don't have to worry about it. The hardware sizing also done by basis consultant, but they will take inputs from you, SD, FICO. The inputs that you are going to give them is volume, number 1, and number 2, user base. Okay, these are the main data. Volume meaning the system administrator or basis consultant will ask you, okay, how many sales orders are you expecting to create per day? How many deliveries are you expecting to create per day? Now they can go and ask this to the direct sales users directly, but you are you are the link for that. So you can ask your sales users and say, okay, what kind of sales volume are we expecting? What kind of delivery volume are we expecting? So on and so forth. User base. Okay, at any given point of time, how many users could be logged on? And what is the total number of users? So for example, in this case of Dell bringing over that company, right? So Dell has bought this company that sells accessories. This company has a staff of, let's say, 2,500. That's the staff for that company. 2,500 people. This number of people, when logged onto the system, obviously puts on a lot of load on the system. So the system administrators have to plan the amount of memory, the hardware, the computing power, so on and so forth. So this is the total number of users. Out of all of them, not all of them might use SAP, right? Only 500 might use SAP. The rest of them are like HR and their different departments which might not use SAP. Or they are sales guys who go into the field, so on and so forth. So all 500 of them use SAP. So this system administrator or the basis consultant has to take into account that 500 additional users will be added to their system. That's the user base. Volume. Okay, how many orders are this company doing per day? Maybe 1,000 sales orders a day, 1,000 sales orders, 2,000 purchase orders, and then 300 deliveries, so on and so forth. So in total, you might say a total of 7K to 8K transactions per day. So again, we'll let them know. Okay, this is the total number. So the basis consultant will size their hardware accordingly. That's called hardware sizing. So planning the hardware based on the volume of transactions and users that is going to be using that system. Okay, so they'll have some formula based on which, okay, if so many transactions are going to be done, if so many users are going to be using the system, what is the amount of RAM that I need? What is the amount of hardware, and, processors, how many processors I need, so on and so forth. There is a simple formula for it that SAP has provided. You can just use it based on the hardware. For HP, you use so many. For Dell, you use so many, so on and so forth. Okay. The next thing is the landscape setup and TMS, transport management. Okay. Landscape means, I hope you have gone through the landscape. Landscape means what is their dev system, what is their staging system, what is their quality system, what is their pre-production system. In case of this Dell, you don't need to set up that landscape because Dell already has a landscape. So when you are migrating this to Dell, we'll just follow Dell's landscape. But if you are implementing SAP for a new company, then the landscape needs to be set up. Again, you don't have to set up a landscape. The basis consultant will set up the landscape. But he will take inputs from SD, MM, FICO, so on and so forth. Okay? So you will have to provide the basis consultant as to how you want the landscape to be. Do you want a pre-production system? You have to tell them. Meaning you, MM, FICO, everybody, all of them will tell them. Okay? The next thing is interface setup. Now, this company might have EDI interfaces, flat file-based interfaces, and different kinds of interfaces. That interface, for example, for orders might come in via an EDI interface. Invoices might go via flat file interfaces. So different kinds of interfaces come in and go out, and they also need to be set up in the new environment, the environment that is going to be used going forward, the SAP environment. All of those interfaces might require an EDI. An EDI, for example, an EDI interface needs to be set up in SAP. The partner profiles needs to be set up. Many different things that need to happen. Flat file interfaces means some FTP servers need to be set up, right? The respective printers need to be set up. There are many things that need to be set up. All of these things that we are defining here, most of them will be done by the basis, but you will have to give your inputs. Basis wouldn't know what to set up until you tell him that there is an EDI involved, there is flat files involved, so on and so forth. Okay, he'll do it for you, but you have to tell him what needs to be done. Okay, so there is a set of meetings that go between basis and the functional consultants, where the requirements will be given to basis, and basis will configure the system accordingly. So the basic system setup will be done. Third thing, or third step, major step, is the configuration. Assuming that you're all done for the 3 months or 4 months, you have planned it, you have executed, you have designed everything, and then finally that day has come when you need to move the configuration. You're ready. Okay, the March 5th that I was talking about. Now what? The first thing in a cutover activity after the system has been set up is configuration move. What is configuration move? Configuration move means all the SPRO activities that have been done, right? So if you go to SPRO, let me show you all the transports that I have created. Every time you go to SPRO and do a change, what happens? It will ask you for a transport request, right? And that transport request, like I said, is a way to record the change that you have done. And can you see all the changes that has been done? Yes. Go to SC01 or SC010, SC10. Okay. and if you remove your username, all the transports will come up. If you put your username, all your transports will come up. In this case, they are very minimal in number because I have configured everything under one transport. But if you look at your transports, if you have created one for each, which is the ideal way to do things, then there will be a whole bunch of things. Oops. See, this is how it will be. So Rajesh has done some, Deepthi has done some, Sardar, Farkan, Pragna, Siva, Sonal, Muthu. See, this is how transports are recorded. So many transports, and all of them needs to be moved to the test system. So how many types of transports are there? This is important. Okay, there are two types of transports. You see, workbench, customizing. If you collapse everything else, there are two types: workbench and customizing. These are the two main types of transports. Customizing transports means anything that you do under SPRO is customizing generally. Okay, configuration related transports. Any piece of coding will come under workbench. This is customizing. This is workbench. Okay, customizing, workbench. Now, when configuration moves are done, there is a sequence in which you need to move them. Meaning, so if you go to a customizing move, let's say, okay, this is, look at this, WAN K 900216, and then there is 900214. So which needs to go before that? 214 needs to go first, and 216 needs to go next. What and why, you might ask me? Just take a simple example. TR number 1. I'm just taking a simple example. TR number 1. This defines new customer group. TR number 2. This defines new any other data in customer master? New tax classification. Okay. Number 3, this defines new customer account group. Okay. Now, in this case, customer group, tax classification, and customer account group are totally different business entities, meaning they are not related on one another. They can go the way they like. You don't need to sequence them, because when you create a new customer account group, it doesn't matter whether a new customer group is created or not. No problem. Okay. Now look at another example. Again, number 4. Access sequence. You create an access sequence called ZDIV. Number 5. Create a new condition type. ZCON, and in the condition type definition itself, you assign ZDIV to it, access sequence to it, right? Now look at this. If 4 doesn't go first into the system, that is not transported first, can 5 be done? No, this will fail, right? This is called TR dependency, and the way it's enforced is via numbers. So you take the first number, 214 first and 216 next, 212 next and 214 next, right? They go in sequence. If they do it in sequence, then you don't miss the order, and that's very important. Okay, and basis will generally take care of it, but I'm just giving you some information about the sequencing. This is about TRs. TRs are done in sequence, so no problem. What about non-configurable transports? Now, some non-transportable configs. Some configs are not transportable. Okay, these are the configs. Number ranges VN01. Okay, let me go to VN01 /n VN01. Okay, so if you go define a number range, okay, any number ranges that you define here are not transportable because number ranges are not transportable in the first place. Why they are not transportable? There is a reason to it, but let's not go there. Number ranges are not transportable. So this is the dev system, QA system, production system. So there is a number range defined here. 01 stands for 1000 to 2000. Can you transport this? No. You have to go into this system and then define number ranges again. Same thing, you have to go into this system, go to SPRO and define number ranges again. So similarly, any updates to Z tables, period opening, closing, TMAR variables. Don't worry about all of that. But there are things that are not transportable and has to be done in the system. And the prime example for that is number ranges. And these are the other examples. Okay. Next, workbench requests. Like I said, user exits, coding, reports, bodies, any other piece of coding are all part of workbench requests. So you don't have to worry about workbench requests because workbench requests will be taken care of by the above consultants. Okay. Any other settings like job variants, setting up of jobs, workflow. Again, if you don't understand that, that's fine. No worries. Next is master data migration. Step number 5. What is master data migration? All the different master data like condition records, customer master, material master, customer material info records, vendor master, asset master, GL master. All of these are examples of master data. What is master data? You know what master data is. Can master data move after transaction data? No. Simple example is, for example, customer 1000 needs to go first and then orders related to customer 1000 can go. If this has to go first, then it will fail if you have not created it. As simple as that. So the thumb rule is master data always goes first between master data and transaction data data goes next. What are the examples of master data you have created? Customer master. The ones that we are interested in is customer master, customer material info records, condition records. Consultants will do customer and vendor masters. So we are not responsible. Okay. Next is the sequencing of master data migration. So like I said, master data needs to go after config. See, config needs to go first, master data needs to go next, transaction data needs to go next. So this is where step number 3 and 4 is where your config and customization moves. Next, master data moves. After that, transactional data moves. I hope you understand the reason why. If you create an order in the system without a customer existing, it will fail. So master data needs to go before transactional data. If you create a master data with account Z001 account group, and if Z01 config does not move, then again we have a failure point. So the sequence is like this. First, customization. Second, master data. Third, transaction data. This is the sequence. Very important. You have to remember it. Okay. Next is transactional data. Right? You know about transaction data. Transaction data means orders, deliveries, billing, PGI documents, so on and so forth. Now, when doing transactional data migration, this is important. Which data to migrate? You don't need to migrate all the data from the old system, from the legacy system. Is it really necessary to migrate all the data? Can you do with just some of the data, like only part of the data? Only data that is live, only data that is as old as 1 month? That is a decision that's made on a project-to-project basis, depending on the requirements, depending on the load, bandwidth, and the available manpower. That decision is taken. Live data migration is the toughest part of cutover activity. Master data is easy, configuration is easy. Transactional data, live data is very difficult. Let's not go into the reasons as to why they are difficult, but bottom line is it is difficult because there are so many considerations that have to be done. And hence, because it is difficult, a decision will be made as to whether how much data needs to be migrated. The minimum possible data will be done. Okay. Like I said, the basis for selecting that subset of data, the minimal set of data, will be live data first. Meaning anything that is still live, meaning an order that has not been delivered is live data. An order that has been partially delivered is live data. An order that has been delivered but not billed yet is also live data. Right? Order, delivery, billing, if that is complete, then it becomes dead. All we need to do is collect payment. That's it. That data need not be migrated generally, unless the user specifically asks you to migrate. So the key is to identify live data and move it. And live data means anything that requires further action. Like I said, order that needs to be delivered, order that is partially delivered, deliveries but not billed yet, billed but put on a billing block or put on posting block. That is transactional data migration. Okay. After all of these 6 steps are done, the 7th step is the switch over to SAP. So on that fateful Saturday or Sunday, March 5th, the cutover activity, after all the cutover activities have been complete, the old system will be shut down. Okay, and that's when the war room will start. User communication will be done. Users will be communicated saying, hey guys, your old system is out, the new system is in, and the basis will create their user IDs, passwords, and whatnot, and the war room will be started. War room because the system has gone live, right? So there will obviously be tons and tons of problems. So everybody will be ready for the users, for the business to run smoothly. This is switch over to SAP. Any other support activities that need to be done. End user queries, some user IDs might not be created properly, their authorization might not be there properly. They need to be given right authorization to create orders, to create master data, so on and so forth. There might be errors here and there, you might have to correct it. Okay, and finally, so that's exactly when hypercare starts. Let's say we are switching over on March 5th. So at that point, hypercare starts. So everybody will be on their toes to support the users and make sure that the business goes as usual, as planned. And from that point, like we discussed yesterday, the hypercare might continue for 1 month or 15 days or 2 months, depending on how big the project is. If it is a big project, hypercare continues for around 1 to 2 months. Smaller project, 15 days. Okay. So smaller fixes, bug fixes, enhancements will be taken care of during the hypercare. So anything that stops the business from happening will have to be absolutely taken care of in hypercare. So any other enhancement, something the customer can live with, but if they are required because they are paying, will be taken care of after hypercare. Okay. So then after that 15 days or 1 month, when the hypercare is over, transition to full-fledged support model. Meaning there will be a dedicated team that only takes care of support. Only takes care of support. Support means general queries, small enhancements, big enhancements, bug fixes, defects. All of them will be taken care of by a support model. Support model will be a separate set of people, 5 people, 10 people, 100 people, depending on how big the project is, and they will only be doing support for it. They will not be doing any major developments, but only support activities. So that's how the project culminates. Okay. So that is the end of cutover activities. Any questions? Anybody has questions on cutover activities? Today we are going to talk about debugging. Now, some of you who don't have any background in coding might find this a little difficult. Okay, consider this optional. Okay, it's not mandatory. You don't have to necessarily have to debug, but this is a nice to have, and it's a good differentiator. Okay, so people with debugging skills are looked up. Now, it's also going to help you in troubleshooting problems. Okay, how? I'm going to tell you. Now, before we go into debugging, for those of you, who don't understand code, let me show you how the code flows from a very high level. Now, we understand sales order, right? A sales order create via VA01. VA01, and then you enter the customer, and then you enter the materials. What happens behind the scenes? Now you see, availability check happens, right? I think you're not able to see it. Maybe the text is in different. Right? Availability check happens. What happens after that? Pricing happens, right? And then incompletion check happens, whether the document is complete or not. Credit check happens if the document is okay for credit, right? And the list goes on and on and on. There are so many things that happen, like availability check, pricing, incompletion, credit check, transfer of requirements. Before saving, there are certain things that happen. After saving, there are certain things that happen. And of course, document is saved and the process stops. So these are some of the things that happen during the creation of a sales order. Okay. Now, how do you find out what is a program that's triggered when you create a sales order? Go to VA01 or VA02, okay, and click on this little notepad kind of a thing to the right bottom corner. You will see the program there. The program is, in this case, SAP MV45A. Okay, then you can open that program, SAP MV45A, Okay, in the ABAP editor, I'll show you what an ABAP editor is. It's like a text editor. Only thing is you can edit ABAP code there. You can write your own code. So you open that code in the editor, and then if you want to find out the code where, for example, availability check happens, or for example, something else happens, let's say incompletion log happens. Okay, is that noise from my end or? Okay, that beeping noise is from my end though. It's my small little UPS. Okay, so you want to find out where the code is, where certain things like availability check or incompletion or credit management happens. Now we can't find that out because the code is embedded very deep inside. If you think of the volume, probably this program, this little program, I shouldn't say it's little because it's very big. I think it runs into the total amount of code that can possibly be run when you create a complex program like a sales order creation could run into many thousands of lines. I suspect it will be somewhere around 100,000 plus lines of code. Okay, so in that 100,000 lines of code, I don't think we will be able to find out where availability check happens, where incompletion happens, where this happens, that happens. And it's for a good reason. SAP doesn't intend us to find out where that code is. So why do we even need to bother? Is the first question that might come to your mind. The first situation where you would want to look at the code is something called as a user exit. Okay, so what is this user exit? We need to bother about something called as user exits. I'll tell you why we need to bother about user exits. Okay, first I'll start off with what is this user exit. A user exit is an SAP defined window in the code where you can insert your own piece of code. Okay, so think of it like this. So let's say we were here and let's say we are doing this credit check. All right, so SAP is doing this credit check. SAP has some standard program that inside this main program that does the credit check part. Okay, now after it is done with the standard program that does the credit check, okay, there is a little space over here, okay, which will initially be empty. There will be no code here. Okay, there will be no code here, but that's a space provided for us by SAP so that we can write our custom code. Okay, now if you have seen the availability check video, the config part of it, I have discussed a use case where availability check needs to be re-triggered after credit management is done. Right? And I have discussed the business case behind it. And that's not something that happens. Availability check should not be triggered after credit check is done. And that's not something that happens normally. The normal default behavior of SAP is availability check is automatically triggered after an order is released from credit, let's say. An order is on credit hold, and an order is released from credit. So availability check automatically happens again. But I have discussed a use case or a business case where availability check explicitly should not happen after a credit document is released from credit hold. So this is an example of customization that you can only achieve via a user exit. So there is a user exit that I have discussed in that video, something that triggers after credit check, where you can write some custom coding and say, okay, do not do credit check. Okay. Now don't worry about the exact code that needs to be written, which flag needs to be checked on, which flag needs to be checked off. That's something you can explore at a later point. But as of now, try to understand the overall concept. First concept being the code flow, and the second concept being the user exit. Now, a user exit is a window in the code where you can write your own custom program or custom lines of code that will affect the way the standard program works. Okay. This is SAP's way of extending the product itself. Now, the requirement that I talked about with respect to availability check is very unique to a particular customer that I have worked with. Not every company wants it that way. But SAP is one product that is delivered to every company in a similar fashion. It's one product. And each company will customize it to their own needs. Like the way you go to VOV7 and customize item categories, document types, it's very specific to that company only. Let's say Johnson & Johnson. So the customization or configuration that you do with that product is specific to the needs of that company. Now, not all needs can be met with configuration. Only some of the needs can be met with configuration. So what about the rest of the needs? Like the example that I've talked about. The rest of the needs can only be met with customization. Now, what is the difference between configuration and customization? It's a very loosely used, those terms are used very loosely and interchangeably. But ideally, configuration is anything that you do on SPRO. Any other customization that you do outside of SPRO, say writing of a piece of code, is called customization. It could be your own custom program, or it could be programs written in user exits, or it could be a new routine that you have created, like a new copy control routine, new data transfer routine. All of these are called customization. Okay. In short, you can think of customization as writing code. Configuration as something you do in SPRO. It's only through a combination of configuration and customization that you can achieve 100% of what the customer or the company needs. Okay. I would say in general, configuration can only achieve 20 to 30% of what the company needs from SAP. The rest of the 70% is achieved generally via customization. Okay. So you should also be aware of customization apart from the regular configuration. SPRO is all right. You need to know it. But you also need to know customization. Where to write code, what code to write, and all that. But luckily, we as functional consultants would not have to write code. We will not even be given the authorization to write code. So you don't have to be code savvy, but you might have to understand a little bit of the code here and there. Okay, just a little bit. So don't worry if you are not a coder in the past. There is nothing to worry about. 90% of the SD or SAP functional consultants in the SAP world who are successfully doing their jobs cannot read code. Okay, and that's good news for most of you, I believe, because you don't have to go through code and all that. But it's nice if you have some level of comfort with code, because some job descriptions ask for you to have some level of comfort with debugging and user exits. Okay, and if you can say that you can debug, you can understand user exits, it's going to be a very huge advantage. Okay, I wouldn't say huge, at least a reasonable amount of advantage, and it gives you an edge. Okay, and it's not all that difficult also. Like I said, you don't have to be a coder. You just have to understand a little bit of code here and there, and that should be more than enough. Now, coming back to the topic of user exits. So user exit is a window in the main program where you can write your own custom code. Okay. Now, how is a user exit? I'll show you some examples of user exits, okay, and how to go view them, so on and so forth. So here is an example of a user exit. User exit, see, it starts with a form user exit underscore move underscore field underscore to underscore VBAP, and then there is some code that goes in here, and then end form. Everything that goes inside the form and end form is the code. Okay, this is where the user exit starts, and this is where it ends, and anything inside it is the code. In this case, there is no code because this line of code called VBAP dash blah 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 is commented out with this star. Star at the beginning of the line means this is a comment, so it will not be run. Just like the way in C we have this, right? And then you write your code and then this. So that particular line is not run because it's a comment. In ABAP, there are two ways to comment code. One way is to start with a star at the beginning of the line. Then that line is a comment. Okay. So in general, user exits start with a form, and then there will be a name for it. In this case, it's user exit move field to VBAP. And then you can write anything you want inside it until end in the form. Okay. And SAP will give a generic description of what this user exit is and how it can be used. In this case, it says this user exit can be used to move some fields into the sales document item work area VBAP. Now, in this case, we don't understand what this means. VBAP, some fields, blah, blah, blah. But when you get to that point, you'll understand it. The requirements around pricing, how to customize the condition table, blah, and all that, you'll understand it. But this is how a user exit is in the system. Okay, this is how you can view it, and a user exit is structured like this: form, user exit name, and then there is a window. This is the window I was talking about when I said window, right? So this is the window. So between these two lines, you can write whatever you want, anything you want, as long as it doesn't crash the system, of course, right? You can write anything you want, and what you write will change the functionality. Okay, I'll give you some more examples. Now, let me take you to the program, the user exit, and I'll show you how to open the program and how to view these user exits. Okay, so let's open VA01, which is our sales order program, and then go to OR 101000, enter, and I said you can view the program that's currently being run by going to the bottom right corner and clicking on this little notepad pop-up. Click on that and it will say what's the program that's currently being run. See, at the end of the day, everything is a program in SAP, right? Everything is a program behind the scenes. And that program is generating all this logic for you, these screens and all that funky stuff. So what is this program that is displaying the sales order screen? The name of the program is SAP MV45A. This is one way to know the program. Is there another way? Yes. Go to System in the menu, go to Status, and you can see the program here as well. Okay, so I'm copying that program, SAP MV45A, closing this, and how to open and view this program. Now, when you go to the sales order VA01, you are asking the system to execute the program. So the program is being executed. But if you want to view the code behind that screen, how do you do it? You have to go to an editor, right? How do you go to an editor? SE38. That's the ABAP editor. Click OK. Enter the name of the program that we copied. And then we are going to display the source code, okay, like so. Any questions up until this point? Anybody? While this opens the program, does anybody have questions on the program flow or user exit or any of the concepts that we have discussed until now? All right. So this is the program. Okay, this is the program, and the code inside the program is how much? 368 lines. So is the sales order program just 368 lines? No. The actual program is very big because it's structured like this. There will be a bunch of includes, and each include is a program again. So if you look at MV45AFZA, that's a program again. Okay, how do you view it? Just double click on that. So you locate a program, double click, and it will open MV45AFZA, the program that you have double clicked on. So it's program included in a program, included in a program, which is basically how programs are structured anyway. Okay, and here is an example of a user exit that I was talking about. See, it's very similar to what we have seen in that PowerPoint, right? So there will be a description of it as to what this user exit does, and it will start with a form and then the user exit name, and then this window of code here, and then end form. Okay, so this is how a user exit is structured. Now let me discuss one user exit, maybe MV45AFZZ. Where is ZZ? This one, ZZ. Okay, I'm going to discuss MV45AFZZ. Double click. Okay, and look at this, for example. User exit delete document. This user exit, I'm reading out the description. This user exit can be used to delete data in additional tables when a sales document is deleted. Okay, now I'll tell you a scenario where you can use this user exit. Okay, let's consider a scenario where when you create an order using VA01, okay, the program is created, the order is created as usual, but you have created another Z table called Z order underscore log or something like that, where you log when the order is created and some data like that, some data that is very specific to that customer. Okay, some data that is very specific to that customer. Okay, now when you do that, I don't know why it's scrolling down, I'll leave it alone. When you do that, you do it as part of save. As soon as this order is saved, you go right to this table. Okay, now when you go to a sales order to delete that sales order in VA02, let's say, go to VA02 and then go to sales document delete, automatically that should implicitly also tell, the logic would imply that you go and delete the entry here. Let's say this is the requirement. How would you solve it? So as soon as it is deleted, automatically the entry corresponding to that order number in this table Z order underscore log should be deleted. That is the requirement. How do you solve it? So you go to that user exit underscore delete underscore program, user exit in MB45 AFG that we have seen, and then you write your code. This code you don't have to write, right? You just have to give a guideline as to what to write. So this code will go and locate the order number in Z order log and then delete that line, save it, and then exit. This is one scenario where you can use that user exit underscore delete underscore document or program. Okay, user exit delete document. Now field modifications is a little advanced, so let's not go there. I'm looking at some user exits that I can explain with the knowledge that you have already. Okay, number range. This is a good example. Form user exit number ranges. Okay, I'll tell you a similar example that you can relate to, because I'm saying similar because it's not used in sales orders generally, but it's used mostly in invoicing. Okay, now in some countries, okay, there are requirements where legal requirements where all the invoices need to have consecutive numbers. That means if it starts with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so on and so forth. There cannot be 4 and then a blank and then 6. Now you might be wondering why there is this problem at all in the first place. I'll tell you why. Let's say there is US 01 company code, Canada 01 company code. Okay, when you define F2 or ZF2 as a document, billing document type, you define a number range to it, right? Number range, let's say, is 01. and 01 corresponds to 1 through 99999, whatever. Now, ZF2 that you define is not specific to a country. You don't define one program for one document for every country. Then if Apple is present in 100 countries, then you have to have 100 document types just for invoice, which is crazy, right? You'll define only one program and that one document type, and that one document type will be used for all the sales orgs, all the company groups. If you want a very specific document type for India, let's say, yeah, you can define it, but you won't go ahead and define one document type for every country or every company code or every sales org. It doesn't work that way. Now, in this case, when the invoice program runs, invoice batch program, VF04 runs, it will start creating ZF2s for all the countries, US 01, Canada 01, Italy, Germany, so on. And when it starts doing it, it will use this number range, right? It will start using, okay, 1, 2, 3, oh, the next program is Canada, next invoice is Canada, 4, next invoice is Italy, next invoice is Italy, next is Germany, 7, 8, 9, and the next is US, 10, the next is US again, 11, 12, the next is CA, Canada, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Okay, now, it doesn't really matter, ideally. Yeah, sure, US has these numbers, 1, 2, 3, 10, 11, 12. Okay, but let's say Canada has this legal requirement where all the invoices need to only have consecutive numbers. Like, yeah, if it starts with 4, it should be 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, until the end of the world. This is not possible, right? In standard SAP, this is not possible. How do you solve this problem? Very simple. Go to that number range. The number range. Okay. And in this number range, between this line and this line, you write some piece of code here where if sales org is Canada, then use US underscore range underscore intern equal to whatever, 01, or let's say specific number range, 05. So for all Canadian sales orgs, the number range that's going to be used is 05. So that every time a Canadian invoice is created, it's always going to use that number range, so that for all Canadian invoices, the number ranges are going to be pretty consistent. Everybody understands this thing? Any questions here? I'm just trying to
Shiva, I had a question.
use some examples so that you can visualize how user exits used. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Hello. Hello.
Hey, Shiva, I had a.
Yes, Murtaza, go ahead.
For every form, like the MV45 AFZZ for every program, are those exits, user exits predefined? I mean, like every form will have like
yes,
10 or
they are predefined. They are predefined, and you cannot create your own user exit. Whatever user exit is there can only be used. That's it.
You cannot create a new one, right? If you wanted to.
No. No.
Okay.
Okay. So that's a user exit. Don't worry if you don't understand it fully well. This is just the beginning. Okay, you have to do some more research on it, and just remember the names of some of these programs. Okay, I'll tell you some important user exits: MV45 AFZA, MV45 ASZB, ZC, and ZZ. These are some of the main programs that are used almost in every installation. MV45 AFZA, AFZB, AFZC, and AFZZ in the sales order program. In invoice, there will be a different set of programs. Okay, but that's too far at this point. At least for sales orders, if somebody asks you, what are some of the user exits that you have worked on? Just take these names, number one. Okay, and number two, if somebody asks you, what is the exact user exit that you have worked on? So if you go to MV45 AFZZ, you can give some examples of user exit delete document or user exit number range. Right? You can give these examples. At least that will take you one bit further in your interview. And you can use some of the examples that I've given: delete document, number ranges, so on and so forth. Okay? So that's how you open a program. That's how you you read this code, and that's where you can write your own additional code. And like I said, your ABAP programmer will be able to write that program for you once you give him the specification as to what needs to be written. The logic needs to be given by you. The actual programming will be done by the ABAP consultant. And we have also learned some of the important user exit programs: MV45 AFZA, ZB, ZC, ZZ. And we have seen a couple of examples, real-time examples of user exits. User exit delete document, user exit number range. Okay, and what are the situations in which you can use them. So that is the program flow and user exits. Now the next topic is breakpoint. Now we are moving into what is called as a debugging. What is debugging? When do we need to use debugging? What is a bug? Bug is a problem, right? A bug is a problem. A bug is a problem in a code. That's called a bug. What is debug? Debug is to remove the bug or find out where the bug is. But debugging is the process of removing the bug in the program. And in order to remove the bug, you have to find out where exactly the bug is. Right? And how do you find out where the problem is in the program? In order to do that, you have to go through certain lines of code step by step. Okay? Now, before I go there, one of the aids that you can use in going through the lines of code is called as a breakpoint. What is a breakpoint? Now, let me show you what a breakpoint is, okay? So I'm going to the same program, click on display, and go to MV45 AFZZ, double click on it, okay? And then let's say user exit number range, okay? I place my cursor there, and then click on this stop, okay? And then that line turns yellow. What it means is that we have set a breakpoint there and asked the program to stop when the execution comes to that point. Interesting, isn't it? Now, let's open another window. And try to create a program. BA01, OR, enter, 1000, enter, and let's just save this program. Something funky is happening. What's happening here? As soon as you save that sales order, a number needs to be generated for that sales order, right? Before that number is generated, it hits the code, the execution of the code flow hits that point where that user exit number range blah 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 is there in that program. Then over there we have asked SAP to set a breakpoint and say break and stop here for a bit. It's like the program is going from Detroit to New York and we said okay, stop in Ohio or somewhere in Cleveland, and it stopped at Cleveland right now and it's awaiting your instructions. Now at this point you can do a bunch of things. What can you do? You can examine certain variables, like for example US underscore range underscore return. Okay, you place that here. Okay, what is this? This is the actual number range that is used. What is the value of it? 0, 1. So if you remember, OR uses a number range 0, 1. You know it, right? So what is 0, 1 number range? Go to VM 0, 1. I'm opening another window. Go to intervals. What is 0, 1? 0, 1 is this. It starts with 1 through 99999. The current number is this. Now, on the fly, I want to change it to 0, 3. Can I do that? Yes. This is called debug replace. On the fly, programmatically, using debugging, we are changing the variable and seeing the effect of it. Okay, from 0, 1, I wanted to change to 0, 3. 0, 3 starts from 100,000 until 14 blah blah blah, and the current number range is 100003. Okay, now let's go back to our screen and say this is not 0, 1, but I want it to be 0, 3. So click on this pencil, change to 0, 3. Okay, and then hit enter. Okay. All right. Any questions up until this point? I have changed the number range using what is called as debug replace. In the debugging mode, we are replacing the values of certain variables. Okay, this is just to see how it works. Okay, now and then we want the program to continue as usual. How do we let the program continue? We let the program continue by clicking on continue or F8. F8. Let's click on continue. And the program is going forward with it saving and etc. The rest of the code is being run currently, and then finally it will have to give you that order number. Okay. Now I have changed the number range to be used, so ideally it should give me a different order number unless there is some other area in the code that is overriding it with the standard number range. So let's see the effect of it. Okay, go on. So while it does that, now you understand the concept here. What is a breakpoint and what is debug replace? Okay, if you put a breakpoint, if you select a line of code and put a breakpoint by clicking on the stop button, it glows up in yellow. And the next time you run that program, like create a sales order, which is the execution of that program, the program stops there, and then you can do analysis at that point. What analysis can you do? You can watch the value of certain variables. You can find out what is the variable value at this point in time. Or you can do debug replace, which is changing the variable's value at runtime. So the screen that you see here is an older version. It's like 6.0 the older version of the GUI. The newer version of the GUI has a screen something similar to how we have been doing. Okay, the older version of the GUI has it like this. It's more simpler, but at the end of the day, it's the same thing. We are changing the value of certain variables at runtime and finding the effect of it. Okay, and we'll see the effect of it once this program completes. But why is it taking so long? I don't know. Come on.
Shiva, I had one more question.
Yeah.
While this is for SPRO, is there any not a debug, but kind of like when I run a sales order or do a VA01, does it know what customizations it's running, or it's kind of like a trace kind of a thing that, okay, I went here and I did this, and I went here and I did that, so that they, you know, customizations have...
No. I think where you're going with this question, I understand where you're going, I think, but there is nothing like that. Okay. When you run a program, yeah, these are the customizations that have been done on the program. No, you have to understand it as a consultant. Okay. With your knowledge of the system, that's it.
Okay.
Okay, I don't know what's happening there, but I can tell you the end result. The end result is going to be that instead of the order number 133 by that normally an OR takes, it will start with 1003 because we have replaced 01 with 03 at runtime. That's called debug replace. Okay. Now, what do you do from here? Where do you go from here? I want you to find out some most important user exits. Okay. Specifically surrounding that program. MV45 AFZA, MV45 AFZB, MV45 AFZZ. Okay, these four programs has almost 30, 40 different user exits. At least find out business scenarios for 5 or 6 different user exits minimum. So I've given you 2 scenarios: user exit delete, user exit number range. So go ahead, find out some more user exits on the business scenarios, and keep them in your mind when you go to an interview. Okay, very important. Any questions at this point? I'm going to stop the debugging class. I think that should be good enough for one day. I'm not sure if you have any questions at this point, but I'll send you this recording, go through it, and then tomorrow if you have questions, we can discuss them tomorrow also.
Shiva, this is Sony here.
Yes, Sony.
Is that such a relevant topic for an SD consultant, as though it is not going to give any kind of program or executional level or nothing? I didn't find anything as significant as being a SD consultant. Whereas in ABAP consultant, of course, they have a lot of things to do in it. But do we have something to do in it?
No, like I said, we will not be even given authorization to write code. But you have to understand user exit, debugging, debug replace, and all these, and user exits. And sorry, I mentioned user exits, I mentioned debugging. At least these 2 things you have to understand.
Okay, so debugging, we came to know something about debugging. Debugging means we find a kind of error somewhere and solve it. In this scenario, we just want to know where the... Excuse me?
Yeah, go ahead.
In this scenario, we want to know where the error happened. That is the debugging going to help to an SD consultant. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
You're right.
Thank you.
The next thing is I wanted to talk about that user exit debugging also. Another aspect of debugging other than breakpoint is VA01. If you go there, enter the name of the program, and then keep doing it. If you want to start debugging right away without having to go to the actual program and setting the breakpoint, you can do what is called as /h here. Okay, /h, and then you can start going about doing your own things. By placing /h, what you're essentially telling is, okay, from the next step, start debugging. So you hit enter, it
Shiva,
goes inside the code. So this is the internal
Shiva, sorry, we could not hear you, Shiva.
that SAP runs, and some teams, yes, hello, teams and you, okay, you have trouble hearing me?
Shiva, we could not hear you at that point of time.
Okay, so what I was trying to say is /h is used to start the execution in debug mode. Okay, just remember that. How do you do debugging? /h or set a breakpoint at a particular point in the program. These are the two options for you to start debugging. Okay, so don't go beyond that. It's not relevant at this point.
Let's discuss a little bit about the architecture of SAP. When I mean the architecture, we're not really going to do the architecture at a very technical level. It's going to be at a very high level, but just only enough to understand what's really going on when you log in and do your transactions, and what would happen probably when you would have to deal with some optimization issues. We'll talk about some examples. Let's say this is me. I am logging into the GUI. Let's take this example, GUI example. Right. So let me log into the GUI. So I select my server, click connect, and I get this screen. And first thing that I do is enter my user ID, hit OK, and I get this screen. Okay, let's stop here and try and analyze what just happened. So in the GUI, we fired it up and then we entered the user ID and password. But before even we enter the user ID and password, the system has already communicated with the server and gave us the login screen. And what kind of communication is that? This GUI is on the client's end, meaning it's on the PC, it's on a Mac, or it's some kind of a front end, like something that the user interacts with. And as soon as I log in or try and connect to the server, the request, let me change the color, the request is sent to the server. The server could be residing anywhere. The server could be residing in US, the server could be residing in Canada, it could be anywhere. In fact, companies all over the world could have one server in the United States, and all the users in Singapore, Japan, Russia, India, or Brazil could all be connected to the same server as long as they're on the same net. Now, as soon as I fire up the GUI, a communication is happening with the server. And what's a server? A server is a big piece of hardware, right? It's like a super turbo version of your desktop. In fact, it need not be just one. It can be more than one, which we're going to see in a minute. So this is the hardware. You know, it's a computer, and let's say it's a computer, right? It's a computer that takes in this request, analyzes it, and responds to it. So let's say the response is in red. Okay, so the input or the signal that goes to the server is in green and the response is in red. Server is responding, and I get the login screen, right? So I get the login screen like this. I get a user ID and a password and hit enter, and as soon as I hit enter, somebody has to validate it, right? So again, it goes to the server, a request goes to the server, and the server responds with a response. saying yes, you're okay to go through, or probably not if I enter the wrong password or use a wrong user ID. Okay, now this is with the GUI. GUI is like a dedicated piece of software, but it's not just the GUI. You can use, for example, you can use a browser. A user can use a browser. This need not be a GUI. It's called the web GUI, which is a fancy word for accessing SAP through the browser, and this is your browser. And you can use the browser to connect to the server. Let's connect to the server, and the server responds with some kind of a response, which could be a result of a login, or which could be a result of a sales order being saved, or whatever action that the server needs to take. So there are a couple of things that are happening here. First thing being, all the processing is happening on the server. It's not happening on the client. The client meaning, if I want to divide all this stuff into layers, this is my client layer. Client. And this is the server. Okay, so it's also called the client-server architecture, where the client is the GUI or the web GUI or any other form of front end that the user interacts with, and the server is where all the processing is happening. So the first point here is the server is the place where all the processing happens. Second thing is the communication between client and server follows different kinds of protocols. Now, if you don't know what a protocol is, that's fine. Over here, it uses a language. The language, you can talk of protocol as a language. The communication between this dedicated SAP GUI and the server is called a CPIC, and between the browser and the server is HTTP. Okay, if you don't understand that, that's fine. It's no big deal. Second thing is the protocol. Uses variety of protocols, CPIC or HTTP. These are the common protocols used to communicate with the server. Okay, now what about the server itself? What's really happening on the server? Is it just a single box? Well, it could be technically a single box, a single propped up CPU, but it could be a little more complicated than that. So let's analyze why you would want it to be complicated, or why you would want it to be much more than just a server just serving up some requests. In order to do that, let's understand a little bit more about what would happen if I am logging in and a whole bunch of other users are logging in. Okay, so this is me. I'm staying in India, let's say. So I'm staying in India, and I'm trying to log in using a GUI. And then, like me, there are many other users logging in from the US, let's say. Logging in from the US, let's say this is 200 users, and then so this is another 100 users logging in from UK, all through the GUI. Doesn't matter, GUI or through the browser, all the same. Okay, so this is the client end, and each of this user could be performing any type of transaction. For example, I could be doing the creation of a sales order, and I would do it for like a minute, or I could be doing it for 5 minutes. So all along, the server has to preserve my status, my data, right? So whatever I'm entering is supposed to be stored in the server until I either log off or time out or I cancel.
And these other 100 users could be doing 100 other things, right? They could be doing the creation of a purchase order. They could be just logged in, or they could be doing creation of a master data like customer master, material master. See, each of these guys could be doing anything that's possible in SAP. And for each of the user, the server has to maintain what's called as status, where the system server is going to store a whole bunch of data, and this is called user data. There are some technical terms for it like role area and all that, but we're not interested in that part. We just want to see that we want to just understand that for each user, the server stores an amount of data. That data is stored in the memory, and every time I do a transaction, every time I do an action, like let me give you an example. Let me log in and give you an example. Let's say I want to do a sales order. So I go to VA01 and put in OR 1000, then click OK, and I enter some customer details like that. Now at this point, I've just entered the customer details and it has pulled some data, and I'm right here. Now I can go have a cup of tea and still come back and continue to work on it. So all through this time, SAP has to preserve my data, like, what's the customer number that I've entered? What other details has the system pulled in, like my name, my address, blah, blah, blah. This is called the user data, and SAP has to maintain this user data for every login. So I could be doing not just one transaction, I could be doing more than one transaction. For example, if I say /OVD03, which is the customer master, right? It opened another window, and then I open this customer. Now, if you see, there are two windows that I've opened, or two transactions that I'm performing right now. One is the creation of a sales order, and the other is the creation of a customer master. So in my case, SAP has to store data for both these transactions, right? One is the sales order, the other is the customer master, right? Like that, SAP allows you to open 6 simultaneous sessions. So for every user, SAP has to store 6 different sets of data that the user could be potentially performing, like sales order here, customer master here, something else, and something else, right? This is the first complication. So there's a ton of data that needs to be stored. The second thing is, when a user logs in through the GUI, right, on the client end, and the server also has to dedicate an amount of CPU resources to act on that data. Meaning, I'm trying to create a sales order here, right? VA01, and when I do that, when I create this sales order, the system has to allocate some CPU resources to me, right? So this is the CPU. The earlier example of storing data was memory. Now it's the CPU. So the CPU resources are, of course, limited. So a dedicated thread has to run and allocate some CPU resources to me. And this CPU resource is not unlimited, right? So there are only so many processors that can be in a server. And when you look at these CPU resources, I'm not the only user, right? So there are so many other users. Let's say I draw them in green. So many other users who are logging in, and the system has to make sure that it balances between the amount of CPU and processes that it has and the number of users that are coming in. At the same time, it has to appear that it is responsive to everybody. So how does it do it? On the server end, the system is architected like this. Let's say this is the server. So
So this is the gateway. What's a gateway? A gateway is a process or a sub-process inside the server that is responsible for communicating with all the client requests. So this is the gateway. So this is the request that's coming in. It hits the gateway. Once it hits the gateway looks for what's called as a dispatcher. This is called as a dispatcher. Okay, this dispatcher is responsible for looking at the request that the gateway has sent, and it looks at what's called as a work process. So these are all work processes. So work process, or let me write it down, it's called a work process. So these are all work processes, and the dispatcher looks at the work process that's free, that's readily available, and dispatches the request to the work process. And this work process will handle this request, do what's required, use the corresponding computing power, and of course it's going to send back a response via the dispatcher to the gateway all the way to the GUI. So when you hit VA01, this is what is happening. So it first goes to the gateway, it then looks for the dispatcher. The dispatcher looks for the available work processes and takes the first stab at the work process. Let's say if it is this work process, it goes here, and if it is the second work process, it goes there. For the third work process, or whatever work process is free, it picks it up and sends the response to that. And the work process will actually look at your request and see that, let's say if it's the creation of a sales order, it will look at the corresponding program that needs to be pulled up, and it will compile the screen and send the screen to the user. Okay, so far so good. What would happen if the users increase? So it's not just me, but there are 300 users. So what would happen then? Number of work process might not be enough. One server might not be enough. There might be more servers that are needed. So what would happen then? So SAP has architected its server in a very scalable way. So let's say again we have this GUI request coming in, and the request is coming to the server, and on the server end, if you want, you can architect it in such a way that you can have more than one server. What do I mean by more than one server? So it's more than one physical piece of hardware. So this is one box of server, this is another server, this is another server. So what are we doing here? We are trying to distribute the load. Right? So we are saying, okay, it's not just, you don't need to run this on one server, you can run it on multiple servers. And how do they all communicate with each other? The communication between them is run by one process called the message server. Message server. What's a message server? This communicates between the different pieces of hardware. So what are the processes that are free? What's the server that's lightly loaded? What's the server that's heavily loaded? How can the work be shared between these different servers? Is all taken care of by this message server. And each of these boxes could be running an application server. So app server here, and an app server here also. Okay, the message server is only one, but the app servers could be one per each machine. Now when the request comes in, the request could be routed to any of these different boxes, this or this, depending on which server is lightly loaded, and the communication between the servers happens via the message server, and
in each of these app server, look at the previous picture. Each of these app servers, right, boxes really comprises of a gateway, a dispatcher, and a work process. So this is an app server. And each app server consists of a gateway, a dispatcher, and a work process. And you can have more than one app servers with one message server taking care of the interactions between all the different app servers. This is called the application layer. Application layer. Okay. This is all processing in memory, but where is the data stored? The data is stored in another layer called the database layer. This is called the database layer. Database layer. Okay, so probably most of you know what databases are. Most popular examples are Oracle, MySQL, SQL Server, and so on. And between the app server and the database layer, there is a very thin SAP component. Making sure databases work fine. What do I mean by that? SAP is database agnostic, meaning it doesn't matter if you use Oracle or MySQL or SQL Server. SAP is not bound to a particular type of database. There are instances that use Oracle, for example. Some companies use Oracle, some companies use MySQL, some companies use SQL Server or other certified databases that SAP supports. DB2 is another example. So that's where all the data is stored. This is where the data is stored. So all the tables reside here. Okay, so let's quickly recap what we have learned. So the first thing that we have seen is it all starts with the GUI. I'm a user, I log in, I do a transaction, the communication from the client end goes to what's called as a server. So this is a server. It's not always a standalone GUI. For example, this over here, right? This is called the standalone GUI. It's a dedicated program working only to interact with the SAP GUI. But there is another version of the GUI called the web GUI. So you can use your Firefox or any Internet Explorer or any kind of supported browser, and you can use that to interact with your server. It's going to be mostly similar. The screens are going to be very similar. And on the server end, so this is called a gateway. So a gateway takes the request and looks for what's called as a dispatcher. And a dispatcher knows which work process to connect to and get that work process to look at this request and process the corresponding request. So when I mean a request, it could be a login request, it could be a sales order creation request, it could be a purchase order creation, it could be a customer master creation, any of those. And the server also has what is called as a database. This is behind that. This entire thing, the blue box here, is called the application layer. And this is the database layer. And the application server interacts with the database. And the database stores and retrieves data for the application server. And we have seen an example of where SAP can scale. So the same application scale depending on the number of users. If the number of users is more, you can architect your landscape in such a way that the system scales with the number of users. So the same server can be replicated into more than one. This is one server. This is another server.
This is another server, and here is the user trying to log in or do some transaction using the GUI, and there you go. It can log into any of these boxes, and all the communication will be taken care of by what's called as a message server. And these are all app servers. It's called application servers. There is only one message server and more than one application servers. And the app server interacts with another layer called the database layer. So this is how things scale. So we're not talking about scaling on the database level. That's taken care of by the underlying database. So we're not going to talk about that. But this is the scaling that's happening on the SAP app server.
We will discuss the topics for SAP SD certification. The first topic is master data. So master data. Master data comprises of customer master, parts of the material master, like the general view, sales view, accounting view, and of course things like condition records. This is all master data, right? We have not gone to customization yet, but this is general master data. What different fields are important, what is the significance of each of these fields, so on and so forth. So this topic is around 10% of the total number of questions. So master data is around 10%. The second topic is enterprise structure. So you know what's there in the enterprise structure, right? The sales org, distribution channel, division, company code, plant, storage location, shipping point, so on and so forth. So this is roughly 5%, not more than that. And the third topic, probably the biggest topic, is the sales processes and sales customizing. So what is included in this section? So we start with sales document customization. So basically VOV8. You customize OR, right? Create ZOR, and then you tweak the controls inside it. What kind of controls? Document category, number ranges, messages for quotation, price controls. There are roughly 10 or 20 different fields that are important. At least 5 to 7 very important fields. And then sales item category customizing. This is VOV7. 10, TAP, TAQ. You customize it, right? So what do you have in customizing? How the item category is relevant for delivery, how the item category is relevant for billing, how the item category is relevant for bomb explosion, so on and so forth. That is item category customization. And then we have schedule line category, VOV6. Schedule line category controls what? Schedule line category controls blocking the delivery, relevance for ATP, so on and so forth. And then we have item category determination. This is VOV4. This is where you determine the item category. Determination of item category is based on what? 4 different parameters, right? Sales document type, item category group, higher level item, usage. Then schedule line category determination. This is VOV5. So these are the document types, item categories, schedule lines, and their determination. Then we have document flow. So there are different kinds of document flow, right? A transaction that controls document flow between sales document and another, say quotation and an order, is VTAA. And then
between sales and delivery, delivery and billing, billing and billing to sales document like credit debit memo creation. So all of that I'm classifying as VTXX. So this is the set of transactions where copy controls and document flow is configured. So you have to go inside that and then figure out all the different kinds of controls, like how the line number is being copied, copy control routines. There are so many things inside copy controls, right? So the document flow basically refers to the copy control configuration. And then we have incompletion log. Incompletion is where you control what are the different fields that dictate whether the document is complete or not. For example, if you don't enter the purchase order number in a sales document, say sales order, is the document complete? Well, you can decide it. You can control it. That's done using the incompletion procedure. And the log of incomplete items in a sales document or sales order is called incompletion log. Then we have partner determination. VOPAN. So anytime I put something in square brackets, it typically represents a transaction, right? Partner determination controls partners that can be entered or automatically determined at the header level and line item level. It could be at the sales document level, delivery document level, or billing document level. And how partners are copied when you reference one document with reference to the other, like delivery with reference to a sales order. What are all the partners that are getting copied? Quotation to order, same thing. So that is partner determination. And then we have contracts, scheduling agreements. Collectively, these are called outline agreements. These are long-term sales documents or negotiated instruments where the customer typically gets deeper discounts. So in contracts and scheduling agreements, you basically control what are the different types of contracts, like, for example, quantity contract, value contract, and in scheduling agreement, what are the different kinds of scheduling agreements? What is the difference between a contract and a scheduling agreement? What are the basic document types that are used for contracts and scheduling agreements? So that is contracts, scheduling agreements. And then we have material determination. When a material is entered, if the material is not available, it can be substituted with another material automatically. Or if a material is being phased out, it can automatically be replaced by another material. This is called material determination. It follows a simple condition technique based modeling. And then we have listing and exclusion. Why do you do listing and exclusion? You are allowing the customer to order everything except for a certain set of materials. That is exclusion. How do you control the configuration? That is listing and exclusion. And then we have cash sales, document type CS. And we have bill of materials. In bill of materials, you should understand how to create a BOM, what kinds of BOMs are there, sales BOM, production BOM, universal BOM, what's the difference between them? So when do you use each of these kinds of BOMs? How BOM is exploded in the item category? So, and what controls in the item category control what kind of BOM explosion happens? So this topic that comprises of all the things that we have just discussed is probably the most important topic because it has so many items and it's roughly 25%. So that includes all of this stuff. What's listed here in this page and on the next page. And then we'll move on to shipping. Shipping is the fourth topic. So what is there in shipping? So shipping generally means things that are relevant in the delivery. So you have delivery, document type. So LF is the standard delivery document type, right? And then we have LR, return delivery. These are the two main document types that you need to be aware of. And what kind of structure does it have? What is there in the header? What is there in the line items? What kind of configuration controls it has? Things like number ranges, storage location determination, so on and so forth. And then we have scheduling. What is scheduling? Why do you do scheduling? Why does SAP do scheduling? What is the difference between forward scheduling and backward scheduling? What is the default scheduling mechanism SAP uses first? Then we have picking and packing. Packing is very light, but picking is important. So make sure you understand what picking is, understand what is short picking, understand how picking can be done, straight picking, warehouse management based picking, so on and so forth. And then after picking, what do? You issue goods. And in case of returns, you do goods receipts. Understand the relevance of goods issue, the accounting entries that happen behind the scenes in case of a goods issue, and similarly, what happens with goods receipts. And then stock transfers. Stock transfer is transferring stock from one plant to another. This is the cross-functional area, SD. So you don't have to go too much into this. Just understand the basic concepts and the document types that are used, so on and so forth. And again, this is a very important topic, shipping. So shipping is somewhere at 15%. Alright. After shipping comes billing. So what do you do in billing? So what kinds of billing are there? Delivery relevant billing or order relevant billing. What is the difference between them? What are the document types used for each of them? And then we have credit and debit memos. The different document types used for each. And then we have the actual billing process itself. You can create a billing document as an individual process, or you can do it in the collective billing process. So this is VF01, this is VF04. What's the difference between them? When do you use each of these? And what happens specifically in collective billing? And then we have invoice splitting. What is invoice splitting? Why do you do invoice splitting? What are the criteria typically that can be used for invoice splitting? What is the structure that is used in invoice splitting? And then we have invoice lists. What is an invoice list? What are the different controls in the invoice list? One comes from the customer master, and then you have configuration for LF. And how invoice lists are created, and what happens to the accounting entries when invoice lists are created. And then we have billing plans. There are two types of billing plans: periodic billing, milestone billing. Milestone billing is typically something that we don't do a lot in SD unless it comes from the project systems module. But just understand the difference between the two and focus more on periodic billing. And then finally, we have account determination. So there are 2 or 3 different types of account determinations: revenue account determination, recon account determination, cash account determination. The ones that are relevant for us is revenue account and recon account determination. So collectively, billing is probably around 15 to 20%. That is topic number 5.
And topic number 6 is pricing. What is the most important thing in pricing? Condition technique. So what do you have in condition technique? The basics of condition technique, like condition table, access sequence, condition type, pricing procedure determination, and how all these things are related. And then we have specific controls in the pricing procedure and condition type, like requirement routines, alternate calculation routine, manual controls versus automatic, manual condition types, subtotals, condition category. So these are the things that you have to understand in condition technique. And then you have some off topics like sales deals and promotions and rebates. You don't have to really focus a lot on rebates because it's a very big topic. So just understand the basics of rebates. You don't even have to go into the depth of configuration. Why rebates are used, and maybe do a procedure for rebates. Sales deals and promotions also is not too complicated. Just understand the difference between a deal and a promotion, and why do you use sales deals? What is the significance of sales deals and the business case for sales deals? So this is around 12%. And then we have cross-functional customization. What do you have here? This is going to be a bit of a rehash on what we have seen in the sales document type customization. The very first or the third section. So we have things like text determination, EOTXN, output determination, and then the PDF forms. You don't have to really go into PDF forms, but just understand that how PDF forms are triggered. And then in reports, how transaction variants are set up. The due lists, like delivery due list, billing due list. What are the transactions for each of them? And then user exits, bodies. And there is another topic called availability check. It's a separate topic in itself, but I'm just listing it here because it's a very small topic, right? Availability check. And between all of this comprises of around 12%, again, 10 to 12% of the total. And then the final topic is the basics of NetWeaver, the basis system, basics of ERP, and the basics of solution manager. So this is less than 8%. Not very important. So you can easily score points here because you don't have to really learn configuration. Just the basics of NetWeaver, basics of ERP, and basics of solution manager. Just learn the theory and that's it.